The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Room is Washington, D.C., February 7th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Daniel Muser to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Hear us, O Lord, and answer us. Hear the prayers of the hostages in Israel, the deported children of Ukraine. Answer the cries of parents separated from their little ones, of families grieving the loss of their loved ones. Hear our prayers, Lord. Listen to our cries for mercy for the countless men and women, wherever they find themselves, who call to you this day in distress. Answer them. For you, Lord, are a compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger and abounding in love and faithfulness. Turn to your people throughout the world, whose relentless foes attack them from all sides. Condemn the ruthless people whose weapons are torment and injustice, whose only goals are pain and death. Turn to all those who are broken by misery and overwhelmed by fear wherever they find themselves this day, and have mercy on them. Show your strength on behalf of those who call upon your name, who cling with faith to the promise of your salvation. Give them a sign of your goodness, that their enemies may see it and be put to shame. In you alone do they find help and hope and comfort. Hear us, O Lord, and answer us, for we pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what reason is the wonderful woman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address an urgent matter. The water crisis tormenting South Texas farmers and residents. Our communities bound by the Rio Grande suffer as the Mexican government delays the treaty-mandated water deliveries. This isn't merely an inconvenience. It is a threat to our livelihood and is a national food security issue. As planting season looms, our farmers face halved yields without immediate action. The ripple effects will be felt nationwide, meaning less produce on the shelf, soaring food prices, and heightened foreign dependence. The House has already passed my bipartisan House resolution urging the Mexican government to provide consistent annual water deliveries as per our 1944 treaty. I ask the Biden administration to firmly advocate on behalf of our farmers and secure a reliable water future. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Last month marked 51 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, holding a woman's fundamental right to privacy in their medical decisions. Women had the right to abortion because abortion care is health care. Legal abortions have saved countless women's lives. Yet after right-wing extremists spent 50 years pushing misinformation on abortion, our Supreme Court did their bidding and stripped away the rights and freedoms of women nationwide. The far-right court claimed the Dobbs decision would simply send the choice back to the states. Instead, it sent our nation into chaos. Doctors unsure if they can help their patients, assault survivors unsure if they can go to the police, women crossing state lines to save their own lives. Like many of you, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted by politicians who claim to support women, support life, and then work to strip away access to contraception, fertility care, and gynecological health. I'm exhausted by the fact that my daughters-in-law and granddaughters now have fewer rights than I did. I'm exhausted that Roe is gone, and yet we must not tire. No matter how long the fight, whether in this Congress or the next, we must restore a woman's right to legal abortion. Thank you, and I yield back.
And the lady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, whereby I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 days ago, I issued a heartfelt warning for all families in America. This is bipartisan in that the terrorists consider all Americans as targets. I have been excusing their irresponsible open borders as recruiting millions of low-information voters to perpetuate Democrat elitist power. Sadly, well-respected members of Congress last weekend clarified open borders is purposeful insanity, putting American families at risk everywhere of murderous attacks. With terrorists and unknown millions of illegal aliens, more 9/11 attacks will lead to growth of government for elitist power. The ends justify the means concentrates power in the worship of government run by elitists. I urge all American families having full gas tanks should prepare now for an attack rally point when communications are cut. Families should have pre-chosen refuge of safety to face the terrorists that are facing our country. Most at risk are mass murder and starvation, or homebound and disabled elderly, and there should be plans for their recovery. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It's sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America, as the FBI has indicated. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I should address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Michelle O'Neill on her election to serve as the First Minister of Northern Ireland, the first Irish nationalist leader in history to hold that seat, and also for the tone she set by pledging to be a leader for all the people of Northern Ireland. After 2 years of delays and 2 successive elections in which the people made their voices heard, parties will once again sit in government and resume the difficult work of legislating. The domestic institutions established by the Good Friday Agreement have been critical in sustaining peace and prosperity on the island of Ireland, and as a guarantor of that agreement, the United States has been indispensable in its role of continuing to uphold the principles of self-government, ensuring that progress will continue to be made over the last years and into the future. I have no doubt that people of Northern Ireland should be proud of these institutions and look forward to the realization of renewed stability with the return of a power-sharing government.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 85th anniversary of Calvo's Insurance, a company that has been a pillar of support for thousands in my island community. In 1938, Eduardo T. Calvo began selling fire and typhoon insurance out of his home. What began as a small part-time job has grown into the largest and oldest insurance provider on Guam. This success is a true testament to Calvo's Insurance's unwavering commitment to serving the people of Guam. Their ability to provide comprehensive and affordable insurance has significantly benefited our community, and their growth over the decades has infused Guam's economy while creating new jobs. As they celebrate this momentous occasion, I want to wish Calvo's Insurance continued success and prosperity in the years to come. May you all continue to serve as a shining example of excellence in the insurance industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to share the story of Amram Cooper. Amram, 85, is a husband, a father, a grandfather of 9, a composer, and a poet. His love for the arts and writing inspires everyone around him. And on October 7th, he was one of more than 240 men, women, and children and elderly who were kidnapped by Hamas. Amram was one of the founders of Kibbutz Nir Oz, one of the sites of this horrible attack. This tight-knit community was left devastated by the brutality of that day. And Amram and 135 others are still held captive in Gaza today. Their families continue to live a nightmare, devastated, not knowing what conditions their loved ones are in. It has been 123 days. We must demand that medical and aid organizations be able to treat the hostages and negotiate on their behalf. And we must continue to do everything in our power to keep these hostages and their families in our hearts and to keep telling their stories. We must bring every single hostage home and end this violence. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the chairman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the 114th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America, the nation's foremost youth program of character development and values-based leadership training. On February 8, 1910, Chicago businessman William D. Boyce, who grew up in western Pennsylvania, incorporated the Boy Scouts of America that was later going on to be chartered by the U.S. Congress. Since then, millions of young men and women have joined Scouts and learned the values of patriotism, courage, and self-reliance. I've been involved in Scouting for more than 50 years, including serving as a Scoutmaster and achieving the rank of Eagle Scout in 1977. Scouting helped me discover my life purpose, helping others. I take the lessons learned throughout my own Scouting career and apply them in every aspect of my life today, including in my job as a U.S. Congressman. As co-chair of the Congressional Scouting Caucus, I'm proud to introduce a resolution alongside my fellow Eagle Scout from Georgia, Mr. Sanford Bishop, designating tomorrow, February 8th, as Boy Scouts of America Day to honor the tireless service of Scout volunteers and participants in our communities. In challenging times like now, I think we could all learn a lesson from the Scout slogan, and do a good turn daily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn Biden's disastrous energy policies that have hurt consumers with skyrocketing costs and jeopardized national security. On day one, he launched a war on American energy by killing the Keystone Pipeline. Most recently, he announced a pause on all pending natural gas permits and that he would no longer hold court-ordered offshore gas lease sales. These short-sighted decisions embolden adversaries in their aggression toward American allies who rely on U.S. energy. We must support common-sense measures, Mr. Speaker, like those contained in the Lower Energy Costs Act, to restore American energy dominance, lower costs for consumers, and protect our national security. Thank you, and I yield back.
1 minute. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have five legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert, let's see here, and insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 485.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 996 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 485. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 485, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years and similar measures in coverage and payment determinations under federal health care programs.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 485, my Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act, which affirms every person's life has value by banning the use of quality-adjusted life years, or QALYs, and similar discriminatory measures from all federal health care programs. As many of you know, my son Cole was born with an extra 21st chromosome. Most of you know it as Down syndrome. When Cole was born, the doctors gave us a long list of challenges and chances for heartache. It was difficult, but I could have never imagined just how positively he would impact my life, my family's life, and the world. Today, Cole is a fun-loving 16-year-old with big dreams. He wants to be a football player, a pastor, and a race car driver. He's on the basketball team. He plays the drums. And for Cole, the sky's the limit. Cole and others with disabilities deserve every opportunity to succeed. We shouldn't be discounting their potential or prejudging the quality of their life just because of their disabilities. Unfortunately, several tools frequently used in our healthcare system do just that. QALYs and other similar discriminatory measures assign a dollar value on the life of a patient to decide if a certain treatment is cost-effective, oftentimes discounting an individual's worth and the need for care solely because of their disability or chronic illness. It means a bureaucracy coldly determines the value of someone's life and could deny necessary health care due to that calculation. Measurements like QALYs remove the consideration of unique circumstances and health conditions of a patient and their doctor's judgment from deciding what's best for the patient. I'm not alone in opposing the use of these measures. Democrats acknowledged this when they passed the Affordable Care Act and they banned the use of QALYs in Medicare. In 2020, the Democratic National Committee platform stated that, quote, Democrats will ensure that people with disabilities are never denied coverage based on the use of quality-adjusted life years, QALY indexes. The nonpartisan National Council on Disabilities wrote a report in 2019 titled Quality-Adjusted Life Years and the Devaluation of Life with a Disability that condemned the usage of QALYs and has continued to write additional letters to Congress urging us to ban their use. Additionally, we've heard from nearly 200 advocacy groups spanning the political spectrum who are calling on Congress to prohibit the use of QALYs and other discriminatory measures. This legislation, the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act, bans federal payers like Medicaid and VA healthcare from using QALYs or other discriminatory measures that devalue the lives of people with disabilities and chronic or rare diseases. And it does it by simply applying the current ban on QALYs and other similar measures that exist in Medicare today to all federal payers. In passing this bill, it will mean that healthcare bureaucracies can no longer discriminate against the weakest and most vulnerable patients, and it will help ensure that people can get the health care that they need and that their doctors think best. This would be a big deal. Medicaid is the largest payer for people with disabilities, and we are letting it use measures that discriminate against the very people it was designed to support. And that's nothing to say of the millions of injured or disabled veterans who rely on the VA for their health care, which is also allowed to use these types of measures. However, let me be clear in this. H.R. 485 does not prohibit health care programs from rewarding value or finding other ways to hold down cost. For example, if a treatment does not work or shouldn't be covered, or it's more appropriate to start with other more cost-effective treatments first, nothing in this bill will preclude federal payers from continuing to make these kinds of coverage decisions. In fact, the National Council on Disability has already identified alternative ways to measure value that do not devalue the life of someone with a disability or chronic illness. Because of Cole, I've spent much time in Congress as an ability advocate, encouraging people to focus on every individual's God-given talent and potential. Millions of Americans like Cole need their voices to be heard. Whenever I meet someone with a disability or chronic illness or with their family, I hear the same thing over and over. They want the same chances to succeed in life as everyone else. And you know what? We're all just one car accident or one diagnosis away from having a disability ourselves. I hope that banning the use of discriminatory measures by federal payers against people with disabilities and chronic illness and affirming every person's life has value is something that we can agree on. Let's give people with disabilities, rare diseases, or chronic diseases hope. I urge support on this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should say, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 485, the so-called Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, a bill that unfortunately does not live up to its name. This legislation is not about protecting health care for patients. Instead, it's a Trojan horse intended to undermine the progress that President Biden and Democrats have made in lowering prescription drug costs for American families. Now, my Republican colleague says this bill is intended to prevent the Secretary of Health and Human Services from using a measure called Quality Adjusted Life Year, or QALYs, which could be discriminatory against Americans living with disabilities. But federal law, including the Inflation Reduction Act, already prohibits Medicare from using QALYs in its coverage determination, and state Medicaid programs are required by law to cover all drugs. Instead, H.R. 485 goes further than current law and opens a backdoor that will be used to bar the use of any value measures by the federal government. And these measures are used by federal agencies such as the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and by states to negotiate fair prices for prescription drugs. When this bill came before the Energy and Commerce Committee, I sought to clarify its intent through an amendment during markup. My amendment would have ensured the legislation could not be construed to undermine federal agencies or the Biden administration's ongoing work to lower prescription drug prices for Americans, but that amendment was rejected on a party line vote. I still do not understand why the Republican majority would be opposed to clarifying that the bill before us today is not intended to undermine the federal government's efforts to determine fair prices for prescription drugs. Now, I respect the chairman of our committee a great deal, but she keeps talking about how she's banning similar discriminatory measures. Well, the fact of the matter is that the bill doesn't say similar discriminatory measures. If she had said during the markup that she was willing to ban things that were discriminatory, it might have been a different situation. We might have had consensus. But that's not what's going on here. This says QALYs or similar measures, not similar discriminatory measures. And some may say, well, what's the difference? The difference is the word discriminatory is not in the language of the bill. We have no problem banning things that are discriminatory, like QALYs or similar discriminatory measures, but that's not there. And so the problem is that this will be used by pharma to raise prices. The vagueness of the language opens up the door to pharma and the drug companies to sue and say that negotiated prices and efforts to try to reduce costs are not acceptable. And I don't want to, I'm not suggesting that that is what the Republicans have in mind necessarily, but that is the reality of it. This is backed by pharma, by the pharmaceutical industry, because they want to use it to undermine every effort that Democrats have made to try to bring down costs for prescription drugs in the Medicare market, in the Medicaid market, in the Veterans Affairs, and down the list. So I'm deeply concerned that the ambiguity in the bill text would be a prime target for litigation by the pharmaceutical industry, an industry that has already shown a willingness to sue to keep outrageously high prescription drug prices in place. We know that Big Pharma is already using similar tactics to try to fight the implementation of the Medicare drug price negotiation program enacted by the Inflation Reduction Act. And this bill could give them yet another point of entry to undermine Medicare's ongoing work to negotiate prescription drug prices. Now, in addition, the Congressional Budget Office agreed that this legislation will hinder the ability of our federal health programs to lower costs. So CBO estimates that this bill will increase spending for prescription drugs in Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal health programs, including the Department of Defense and Veteran Affairs, by $1.1 billion in the next 10 years, and potentially tens of billions in the years that follow. So because of the fact that this bill raises prices to the federal government, increases costs for prescription drugs, the Republicans had to put a pay for in the bill. And the Republican bill before us today would gut the Affordable Care Act's Prevention and Public Health Fund in order to pay this $1.1 million for the legislation. It's long been the goal of Republicans to decimate the ACA's essential funding stream to lower health care costs through prevention. This funding in the Prevention Fund goes to our state and local partners to improve public health and prevent chronic diseases. The Prevention Fund encourages smoking cessation, prevents childhood lead poisoning, and enhances infectious disease control. This fund plays a critical role in our efforts to help the American people live healthier lives. And House Republicans' decision to cut the Prevention Fund in order to throw more money at their big pharma friends makes it clear that they are not interested in reaching consensus or finding a bipartisan solution. Instead, they would rather jam through, a partisan bill that will hurt the very communities that they claim to be helping. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is nothing more than a giveaway to Big Pharma at the expense of the American people and our nation's public health. I strongly oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And ladies and gentlemen, the reasons that the ranking member says to oppose the bill, they do not match what the bill actually says. Current law already prohibits the use of QALYs and other similar measures in Medicare. Current law reads, quote, "The Secretary shall not utilize such an adjusted life year or such a similar measure as a threshold to determine coverage." I'm not sure why all of a sudden we have this concern about other measures. All the bill would do is apply current Medicare law to other federal payers. And if people are insistent that other measures are not discriminatory, then they should have no problem in using them. I'd also like to point out to anyone who may be listening, according to CBO, quote, "CBO does not expect that enacting H.R. 485 would affect the prices that result from the negotiations between the Secretary and drug manufacturers." I don't support this capping of or government price fixing of drugs. I don't support it. I would like to see us work together to reduce the cost of drugs. But this bill, according to CBO, does not expect that H.R. 5 would affect the prices that result from negotiations between the Secretary and drug manufacturers. So don't get distracted from the underlying bill here. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Guthrie.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chair for yielding, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 485, the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act, led by the Energy and Commerce Committee Chair Rogers. This bill would permanently ban the use of quality life adjusted years or similar measures under any federal health care program. Quality adjusted life years. Think of that term. Should an academic or Washington bureaucrat be able to say some people are more valuable than others? That vulnerable populations like those with disabilities don't deserve the same access to treatment as others? Individuals with disabilities, chronic conditions, and others to whom quality adjusted life years or similar measures may discriminate against deserve the chance to choose which treatments they access without a Washington bureaucrat or an academic with no clinical experience making the decision for them. I support this legislation. I appreciate the chair for bringing it forward and sharing her personal story to why this is important. We all know and love Cole. I didn't know he wanted to be a race car driver. I think I did at 16 as well. A wonderful young man, and he represents a great group of people that don't deserve to be discriminated against. And I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do so.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now to the chairwoman of the, I'm sorry, not chairwoman, the ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshoo of California. 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member of our committee for yielding time to me. I rise, sadly, in opposition to this Bill 485. I support, and everyone here supports banning quality adjusted life years, also known as QALYs. It's a discriminatory metric that should not be used. And Democrats are the ones that recognized this in 2010 when we banned Medicare's use of QALYs in the Affordable Care Act. If this bill simply banned QALYs, it would pass the House, the Senate, and become law. It would become law quickly. But the problem is that the legislation bans QALYs and, quote, similar measures. I have repeatedly said that this vague similar measures phrase is a problem, including during the hearing and the markup of the bill. This overly broad similar measures phrase weakens the federal government's ability to negotiate drug prices by ruling out any type of comparative effectiveness. Without this analysis, CBO found that states and the federal government would have less leverage for drug discounts. The CBO estimates that this similar measures phrase will raise federal costs in Medicaid by nearly $500 million, that's with a B, and by nearly $250 million in TRICARE and the VA. It also means out-of-pocket costs will rise for veterans and federal workers, and state budgets will be hit by higher Medicaid spending. I've tried everything I could to fix this legislation. I voted present in the markup to continue bipartisan negotiations, met with the chairwoman about changing the language, but the bill before us today is the same bill that passed out of committee, and it adds insult to injury because the Republicans are using the Affordable Care Act Public Health Prevention Fund to pay for it. Over 170 patient and public health groups oppose using this fund as an offset. My Republican colleagues have said they wish the legislation could be bipartisan, but their actions say otherwise. This bill has only 5 co-sponsors, all Republicans, no Democrats. It has a poisonous pay-for, and the Veterans Affairs and Armed Services Committees never heard the bill, despite its major impact on the VA and TRICARE. This is, in my view, a needlessly partisan bill that needlessly cuts public health to increase drug spending, and that's why I urge my colleagues to vote against it, and I yield back.
In reserves, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill should be bipartisan. This legislation before us today takes the language that the Democrats put into the Affordable Care Act, and again, I'll quote it, "The Secretary shall not utilize such an adjusted life year or such a similar measure as a threshold to determine coverage." We take that language from Medicare, inserted by the Democrats in the Affordable Care Act, and we apply it to all federal payers. It should be bipartisan. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, which would ban the use of quality-adjusted life years metric in our federal health programs. I want to thank Chair Rogers for her leadership on this issue and her staunch advocacy for American patients, no matter their background. The use of QALYs when determining coverage and payment policies in healthcare at its core devalues the lives of patients with disabilities and chronic conditions. As co-chair of the Rare Disease Caucus, I'm concerned about how the use of QALY metric impacts payment decisions for chronic rare disorder patients, potentially making it more difficult for them to get access to life-saving treatments. We can't have that. I'm also concerned about how this metric could be used by bureaucrats to make decisions that discriminate against our nation's disabled veterans, our heroes. These lives have value and should not be discriminated against when determining the cost effectiveness of treatments, plain and simple. Pricing measurements and discriminatory methodologies such as QALYs have been condemned by the National Council on Disability. Even the Affordable Care Act contained narrow ban of this metric, and I guess into Medicare. And I'm disappointed that the Democrats have decided to turn their back on individuals with pre-existing conditions like they have here today. Let's ban this metric and support H.R. 485, which has been endorsed by the National Down Syndrome Society, Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, and more than 100 other disability and patient advocacy groups. That speaks volumes as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee and for putting this forward, and let's pass it today. Thank you, and God bless, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 485, the so-called Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act of 2023. I have to say that it is a bit rich to hear my colleague talk about pre-existing conditions and their concern for it when they have been the party that has, he's been part of a party that has been completely opposed to protecting people with pre-existing conditions because they repeatedly, over and over, tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act. The bill before us today does almost nothing to protect health care for patients and instead would likely increase health care costs across the board. As the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, I'm especially alarmed at the impact this bill would potentially have on our veterans' care. And I have to say, I wonder why this bill was not referred also to the Veterans Affairs Committee, given its impact on this jurisdiction. Under current law, multiple federal programs like VAs have special pricing arrangements for prescription drugs that rely on upfront discounts and rebates. It is a win-win system for both taxpayers and veterans. The VA keeps costs lower and is able to make sure veterans get access to the drugs they need. In fact, I would dare say the Department of Veterans Affairs has the most robust negotiations over the drugs on its formulary. But this bill would upend this proven system and instead inject uncertainty into drug pricing.
And that chaos has a very real cost for VA and DoD. $240 million for the 2033 time period, according to the CBO. And other similar measures simply does seem to have a measurable effect for CBO. Those words, other similar measures. This will diminish VA's ability to deliver care to veterans and force the department to make cuts to services elsewhere. So that begs the question, who benefits from this disarray? Big Pharma does. They reap the rewards and push up their profits. I have to say, their lobbyists will really have earned their outrageously large paycheck if this bill passes, because it is so clearly a ripoff. Taxpayers and veterans lose, while Big Pharma wins. Give me a break. But House Democrats are opposed to this blatant ripoff and will fight it tooth and nail. Instead of doing Big Pharma's bidding, we're focused on lowering drug prices for Americans. And House Democrats are proud to have worked with the Biden administration to deliver on capping the cost of insulin at $35 per month for seniors, finally allowing Medicare to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, requiring drug companies to pay rebates to Medicare if they raise prices faster than inflation, and locking in $1 billion a year in health insurance savings, $800 per year in health insurance for 30 seconds more, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I yield another minute to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman's recognized.
And let me add, we've also, as Democrats, locked in $800 per year in health insurance savings for 15 million Americans. So I urge my colleagues, ask yourself who has more credibility on protecting Americans' health care and saving them money and lowering costs. I would submit we, the Democrats, do. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. It will cost taxpayers. Taxpayers money. It will cost the VA more money, and just give more profits to Big Pharma. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Yes. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, if you go to the VA's website, they have an entire page devoted to clause where they say outright, to date, the quality adjusted life year is the preferred metric for estimating health effects. There's a perfect example of what we're talking about right there on the VA website. You know, Mr. Chairman, I had surgery December 28th, and I've been on this scooter ever since. It really does give you a different perspective for people with disabilities. For me, it's temporary. But it's made me realize that people with disabilities, people with certain health challenges, it's not temporary for them. They deal with this all the time. Are they any less of a person than I am or than you are? No. And that's what we're trying to say here. They deserve the same treatment as anyone else does. I'm in strong support of this Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act because it'll expand access to life-saving treatments and prevent discrimination against Americans with disabilities. You know, the way that we come up from the Rayburn building up to the second floor to the House chamber, well, you know, those escalators are broken right now. The other day, I'm coming up, trying to make it to a vote. Both escalators are broken. I try to get on the elevator, and someone's changed the elevator to where you have to have a badge to get on it. If there had not been someone who came by with a badge, I'd still be sitting there right now. This is serious. This is what we're talking about. These are real people. This is good legislation, and I thank the gentlelady for bringing this, and I support this, and I hope you will too, and I yield back.
Thank you. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to H.R. 485, the so-called Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act of 2023. This legislation harms the very people it says it protects, increases prescription drug costs, and decimates funding for essential public health programs. Last Congress, Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, landmark legislation to allow the Secretary of Health and Human Services the power to negotiate drug prices for Medicare. This critical step is estimated to lower drug prices by at least 25%, saving seniors and taxpayers tens of billions of dollars and ensuring that people with Medicare get better, fairer prices for prescription drugs. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated that this provision in the IRA alone will save the government $100 billion over the next 10 years. In contrast, the CBO estimates that the bill before us today will not only increase drug prices across federal health programs, it will also increase federal spending by $1.1 billion over the next 10 years by eliminating important tools to manage drug prices. Without effective tools to determine the value of a drug, the government is at a disadvantage and the taxpayers pay the higher price. We know that 8 in 10 adults in the United States today say that the cost of prescription drugs is too high, and we know that 3 in 10 say that they don't take all of their prescriptions as prescribed because they can't afford them. It is simply unacceptable. It is unacceptable that Americans struggle so much to pay for the life-saving and critical drugs that they need to ensure their quality of life. Now, just last week, the Biden administration announced that it had sent initial offers to participating drug companies for the first 10 drugs selected for price negotiation, a milestone in implementing the IRA. These 10 drugs alone cost seniors $3.4 billion in out-of-pocket
Could I yield
costs.
another minute to the gentleman?
Woman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. And let me repeat that. These 10 drugs alone cost seniors $3.4 billion in out-of-pocket costs in 2022. While Democrats and President Biden are fighting for lower drug costs, House Republicans want to stop negotiations altogether. Democrats are delivering, and we will continue to work to lower prescription drug prices for seniors and families across our country, but this bill does not do that. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to the bill to prevent this bill from taking effect until the Secretaries of HHS, Defense, and Veterans Affairs, as well as the Director of the Office of Personnel Management, certify that it will not result in an increase in prescription drug prices or an increase in patient costs in the United States. At the end of debate, I will offer for the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this legislation harms people that we're intending to help, why do we have support letters from nearly 200 disability patient advocate groups across the political spectrum? Down Syndrome Society, Autism Speaks, Disability Law Center, ARC, they all support this bill. And if the Democrats want to suggest that they're committed to lowering the cost of prescription drugs and that the reason to oppose this bill is because it is going to increase cost, the only reason this bill would increase costs is if you are denying care to people who have disabilities. That's the only reason you're discriminating against people. That's the only reason this bill would cost any money, is because CBO already estimates that this bill is going to cost, $1.1 billion. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would this legislation cost $1.1 billion? Because CBO is forecasting that there's going to be discriminatory measures used against individuals, and we're going to ban that. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. Please yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. John Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I'd specifically like to thank Chair McMorris Rodgers for her incredible work on this vital legislation. As America continues to lead the way in research, development, and innovation of new therapies and medical devices, it's vital that these cures are available to the Americans who need them the most. That's why today we're taking action to expand healthcare options to more patients than ever before by banning the use of quality-adjusted life years in all federal programs. More than 55,000 veterans live in Pennsylvania's 13th congressional district, many of whom were injured or disabled while serving in uniform for our country. For years, I cared for patients at the Van Zant VA Medical Center in Blair County, and this legislation will provide more protection for disabled veterans. By passing the Healthcare for All Patient Act, we can ensure that institutions like the VA will never again use quality formulas to determine if a disabled veteran should receive the treatment that they need, should receive the treatment that they deserve. It is time to ensure that patients are protected and receiving the best quality care. All Americans, all patients deserve that. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentleman reserve. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as it may consume. Republicans are pointing to the Congressional Budget Office's score of their bill as proof that health care programs are already using the QALY to discriminate against people. But that's simply not what the CBO score says. It's ironic Republicans would point to CBO's analysis, given it highlights my exact concern that this bill's reference to other similar measures is ambiguous and undermines drug price negotiations. It's precisely this uncertainty that would result in a chilling effect on states and federal agencies being willing to look at the cost of prescription drugs. Again, I take no issue with banning QALYs, and I offered an amendment in the committee to ban QALYs when this bill was marked up. But that's not what this is about. This is an effort by the Republicans to back up pharma and make sure that we don't look at cost measures, we don't negotiate prices, which they oppose in Medicare, and we simply let the pharmaceutical companies charge whatever they want. Imagine what it would be like if they could. If the pharmaceutical companies could charge whatever they want. Not only would it cost another $1.1 billion, which is what the CBO says, but it could undermine any efforts to lower the cost of prescription drugs throughout any federal, state programs. And what does that mean? What does that mean for people? How would we continue to fund programs for seniors, for the disabled, for anyone, if we cannot address the cost issue and keep costs down for prescription drugs? There's no effort here on the Democrats' part to continue with QALYs. We are opposed to them, but you have to continue to be able to look at costs in a non-discriminatory way. That's what's not going to happen if this bill becomes law. There will not be any way or any effective way for any federal, state, or local agencies to look at cost measures, and costs will continue to skyrocket, exactly what pharma wants. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Rodgers, for yielding me time. I'm proud to support the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, championed by my good friend and a true leader, Chairwoman Rodgers. We need to recognize and affirm that every life is precious and a gift from God. It's unconscionable that healthcare payers use quality-adjusted life years as a measurement to determine if treatment options for patients are cost-effective. Federal health care programs should provide patients with the best care available, regardless of pre-existing conditions and those suffering with disabilities. It's important we find fiscally and ethically responsible solutions to reduce health care costs in this country without devaluating the sanctity of life. I urge support for final passage, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes for the lady from Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Chair Rogers' Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, which addresses the federal government's discriminatory practices toward disabled and chronically ill patients through the use of quality-adjusted life years. Quality-adjusted life years are used by bureaucrats and healthcare administrators to assign a numerical value to an individual's life, which is then used to make coverage decisions for medical treatments and services. Current law already largely prevents the Department of Health and Human Services from using this metric in Medicare, specifically, quoted, in a manner that treats extending the life of an elderly, disabled, or terminally ill individual as of lower value. This discriminatory metric has even been proposed to be used by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And the bottom line is this: the federal government should not play a role in determining the value of a patient's life. As a pharmacist for over 30 years, I understand that ensuring patients with disabilities and chronic illnesses have continued access to quality care is of utmost importance. The Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act will ban the use of quality-adjusted life years in federal health care programs, expanding access to health care for Americans and protecting patients across the country. And as a health care provider, we take an oath to first do no harm. So I urge my colleagues to support this landmark legislation led by Chair McMorris Rodgers and put the interest of patients first. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chairman,
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Iowa, Dr. Marionette Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair of Energy and Commerce, McMorris Rodgers. I rise today in support of H.R. 485, the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act. Quality-adjusted life years, or QALYs, are a metric used to assign a dollar value on someone's life and ration healthcare treatment and services accordingly, often discriminating against those with disabilities. And this isn't the first time we've heard this. I remember a former president, in advocating for the Affordable Care Act, said, well, if someone has a broken hip and they're elderly, they're just going to have to deal with it. Current law prevents the Secretary of Health and Human Services from using QALYs in Medicare, specifically in a manner that treats extending the life of an elderly, disabled, or terminally ill individual as of lower value. This legislation simply extends the QALYs prohibition to other federal health care programs not included under current law. And as a doctor, it's outrageous for government bureaucrats to determine whether a person's life is worth saving. And it's interesting to hear the other side of the aisle concerned about cost after advancing the Affordable Care Act when they knew it would lead to increased cost, increased premiums, which it has done, and patients losing their doctors and their health care plans. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And if they're concerned about Veterans Affairs, I happen to be the chair of the Health Subcommittee on Veterans, and we could introduce this there as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Very good. Thank you. Despite what they said.
Reserve.
I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Florida, Ms. Kamek.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my good friend and colleague, Representative Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers. I rise today in support of H.R. 485, the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act. This bill, led by Chairwoman Rodgers, would prohibit all federal healthcare programs from using quality-adjusted life years, or as you may hear them called, QALYs, as criteria to determine coverage for often life-altering treatments for patients. Quality-adjusted life years are measures that discount the value of a life based on disability, age, or terminal illness, and are currently used by all federal health care payers except Medicare. Put plainly, programs like Medicaid and the Department of Veterans Affairs allow unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats to put a dollar value on the life of a patient to determine whether the treatment is cost effective or not. In doing so, these programs and agencies discount an individual's worth and need for medical care based upon their disability status and whether they have a chronic illness. Ultimately, the use of QALYs amounts to discrimination, something that is all too common in our healthcare system. Patients with disabilities, for instance, are often denied the ability to receive life-saving organ transplants. As the sponsor of the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act, I personally and firmly believe that patients with disabilities and other chronic conditions should receive equal treatment, whether it is for an organ transplant or coverage of essential medicines. I applaud Chairwoman Rogers' efforts to protect the lives of all patients and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. No bureaucrat should be able to coldly determine the life and value of a patient. And this bill that we have an opportunity to vote on today is a huge step forward in fighting discrimination within our healthcare system. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I yield. One from Washington reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And I continue to reserve, Mr.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr.
Gentlelady
Chairman,
from Washington.
may I inquire as to how much time remains for each side?
Gentlelady has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey has 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here today in support of H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, and I thank Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers for bringing this important legislation forward. I'm a physician who's proud to join my colleagues in leading this bill that bans the use of quality adjusted life years, QALYs as it's called, in all federal programs. As a physician, I took an oath, determined to treat each patient as a human being first and foremost. QALY metrics intentionally devalue treatments for disabled and chronically ill patients in determining whether a treatment is cost effective. In other words, telling the patient, you're not worth it. The bottom line is this: these cost measurements put an artificial dollar value on a person's life, valuing the lives of Americans differently. In doing so, QALYs interferes with the sacred duty of a physician to care for all patients equally. Treating all patients equally and with a personal touch is something that I've always taken great pride in. Our healthcare system must value all lives and ensure every person is treated with dignity. Our government should never deny health care to Americans based on how much a life is perceived to be worth. This is a check on our morality. This is a check on our values. We should value human life and work towards healthier human lives, not devalue human life or indignify one another. I urge all my colleagues to join me blocking government bureaucrats from putting an arbitrary price tag on the life of every American. Bureaucrats that will never meet you nor take the responsibility for your care. And with that, I yield back.
And yields, the gentlelady from Washington reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there's no doubt that the pharmaceutical industry would like to see the gains we have made to lower drug prices through the Inflation Reduction Act halted or reversed. That's why they have brought numerous federal lawsuits against the law in courts throughout the country, even as the Department of Health and Human Services just announced opening offers for the first 10 drugs selected for negotiation to bring down costs. This bill would simply provide a new avenue for the pharmaceutical industry to pursue litigation intended to hamper the IRA and the negotiation program overall. And it doesn't stop there. It could strip states of one of the only tools that they have to negotiate Medicaid drug rebates. Now, while proponents of this legislation would have you believe that this bill just extends current law, unfortunately, that is not the case. It expands and changes current law. It applies the language from the Inflation Reduction Act in a new context and broadens its applicability to ban the use of other similar measures across the federal government. And that means limiting the ability to look at costs. If we don't have the ability to compare drugs and see which ones are effective and which ones cost more, then we won't have the ability to lower costs. And what that means is we allow pharma to charge whatever they want. The CBO says that this is going to cost another $1.1 billion, which is why the Republicans seek to cut the prevention fund to pay for it. But this is going to lead us down the path of saying that we can't look at cost at all. And that means that costs balloon for Medicare, for Medicaid, for prescription drugs. And the consequence of that is that you can't pay for other programs that help seniors, that help poor people, that help veterans, that help those in the military with their health and the quality of their health. This is a very dangerous piece of legislation, and that's why Democrats are speaking out against it, because of the consequences in our ability to fund health programs around the country at every level. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act of 2023, led by Chairwoman Rogers. I rise today not only as a congressman, Mr. Chair, but as a father to a 21-year-old man with Down syndrome, a young man who has never been defined by his disability, but rather his ability. The use of quality adjusted life years is disgusting. Mr. Chair, it's disgusting. Using a cost-benefit analysis to determine if someone deserves health care, if their life has value. This is just plain wrong, Mr. Chair. But this is the result of socialized health care medicine, the future that the Democrats want, a future where a doctor will turn you away because your treatment just doesn't make economic sense. This is called rationalized health care, America, meaning the government will determine if your life is worth living. The bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. will determine if the seniors in northern Minnesota's life should be saved and health care provided to them. And I thank Chairwoman Rogers for introducing this bill, which prevents the federal health care programs from deciding my son's future and all the children in this country that have a disability and their families from deciding if their life is valuable in comparison to others. This bill is a beacon of hope for families like mine and the hundreds of thousands across this great nation who are blessed to have children with Down syndrome and other disabilities living with them that enrich our communities. It is a promise that we will not stand by idly while our most vulnerable citizens are viewed as less than a broken health care system.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Please to yield another minute to the
Gentleman
gentleman.
is recognized.
This bill ensures that individuals with disabilities, the elderly, our veterans, and the terminally ill are protected from discrimination and have access to affordable, comprehensive health care. I urge my colleagues to support this. And let me tell you something. As a spouse of an Iraq War veteran, you look on the veteran site, Mr. Chair, and they have quality adjusted life years for our veterans. Since when do we determine the life of a veteran who signed up to give his or her life for this nation, Mr. Chair? And the Democrats want to take it away. Quality adjusted life year. It's sad. And Madam Chair, I'm glad that you brought this up. We are fighting for the elderly, the veterans, and our disabled community. For the bureaucrats to tell me or tell any of us whether your life is worth living or not is unconscionable, and we will not stand for it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Republicans' decision to offset this bill by raiding the Prevention and Public Health Fund underscores their real intentions. They're not seeking to improve the lives of those with disabilities or end the use of discriminatory measures, but to push forward with a partisan bill that will raise prices and cut critical funding used to improve public health. The Prevention and Public Health Fund was established in the Affordable Care Act to provide for expanded and sustained national investment in health prevention and restrain the rate of growth in health care costs. Republicans have consistently sought to undermine, slash, and redirect these essential funds for unintended purposes. Cutting the Prevention Fund decimates our ability to effectively prepare for the next pandemic, respond to ongoing public health threats, and puts our state and local public health partners at a disadvantage moving forward. Nearly 200 public health organizations sent a letter earlier this week expressing strong concerns with the manager's amendment, noting how detrimental cuts to the Prevention Fund would be. It's the height of irony that Republicans claim this bill would reduce discrimination for those with disabilities while also cutting federal investment in programs that improve the lives of those with disabilities. The American people deserve better. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized. Oh, gentlelady reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Go ahead.
Recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I yield myself the rest of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I feel very strongly why we need to oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to oppose it, because Democrats, and hopefully some Republicans too, has spent a lot of time trying to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, and the states as well. The bottom line is that we know that prescription drugs now are, if not the majority, a significant portion of healthcare costs. And if the federal government or the state government or any government is going to continue to provide quality care in this country, we must rein in the cost of prescription drugs. Not only the cost, but also have our agencies determine what drugs are effective and what drugs are not. We have no problem as Democrats in banning QALYs. I have said that over and over again today, and I'll keep repeating it. But the bottom line is the way the language of this bill is constructed, it could easily lead to a situation where no federal or state or government agency could effectively look at whether or not a drug is effective and what the cost is, or make any decisions to pay for it based on the actual cost. Now, sure, we could live in a world where the government pays unlimited amounts of money for everything, and I'm sure pharma would love that because they like to charge whatever they want to increase their profits. But that's not a real situation, because if you don't rein in the cost of prescription drugs, it not only is going to cost more for individuals out of their pocket, but it also means that the government can't provide services to people with disabilities or to seniors or to veterans. That is why the CBO is saying that this bill has to, is going to cost another $1.1 billion at a minimum, and possibly even more in the future if you see what the CBO has actually said. Republicans have a pay-for rule, so they say that if it's going to cost more, they have to pay for it in some way. Well, how do they pay for it? They cut the prevention fund, the very fund that's used to prevent worse diseases, worst outbreaks, fund local public health programs so they can deal with public health in an effective way. How is that beneficial to people with disabilities or anyone? It certainly isn't. That's why there's so much opposition by various public health agencies to using this, cutting this prevention fund to pay for this bill. There's no justification for this bill. There was an opportunity in the Energy and Commerce Committee. I submitted language that would say not only would we ban QALYs, but we would ban any kind of discriminatory measures being used. But the Republicans wouldn't accept that. And so this is what we're left with, a bill that is very dangerous, that is just a giveaway to pharma. So again, I urge my colleagues to oppose what I consider rather dangerous legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the remainder of the time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you.
We have worked together on important legislation to lower costs, provide more transparency, bipartisan legislation from the Energy and Commerce Committee. I am quite disappointed today that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have refused to come to the table on this one. We just heard that there's no justification for this legislation. The ranking member actually said it's dangerous. Well, let me just point out again, nearly 200 advocacy groups spanning the political spectrum are calling on Congress to prohibit the use of QALYs and other discriminatory measures, perhaps because they see the VA's website today. Go to the VA's website and you will read, to date, the Quality Adjusted Life Year, QALY, is the preferred metric for estimating health effect. We've also heard that this bill is a big giveaway, a blank check to pharma. We agree. I agree. Republicans agree we must lower the cost of prescription drugs, and we have worked on it. Discriminatory action, discriminatory metrics against people with disabilities and chronic illnesses is not the way to do it. We've heard today that the offset is a partisan pill. Let me just highlight that Senator Sanders is using the prevention fund. Senator Sanders is proposing right now to use the prevention fund to offset increased funding for community health centers. The Senate passed this provision 90-6. So it's disappointing that now this is an issue to offset cost of no longer discriminating against those with disabilities. Yes, we have to offset the cost of no longer discriminating against those with disabilities. That's why there's even a CBO score on this bill. I'd also like to note that similar measures, which seems to be an issue today with my colleagues across the aisle, is current law for Medicare. We're simply expanding that same language in Medicare to other federal health programs. Why have different standards? Ladies and gentlemen, this should be the law of the land. This legislation is important. Those with disabilities, the advocacy groups are asking for Congress to take action. We have addressed the issues in the underlying bill. I urge support. I hope today that we can come together, Republicans and Democrats, as Americans, to protect the health care and the access to health care for every individual with disabilities, chronic illnesses, us all. And as I mentioned, we're all just one car accident or diagnosis away from being that person. Vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment, printed in Part A of House Report 118-374, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendments and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-374. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-374. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-374, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 996, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin first by expressing my support for the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act and my appreciation of the leadership of Chairman McMorris Rodgers. The bill seeks to address a long-standing concern for the disability community, a community that I've spent the better part of the last 20 years working in and among. It bans the use of quality-adjusted life years, QALYs, measures for being used in federal health care programs, as we know. Quality measures have devalued the lives of disabled and chronically ill patients when it comes to deciding if a certain treatment is cost-effective. Putting a dollar sign on their lives and barriers to accessing proper treatment. I heard a moment ago my colleague across the aisle referred to the bill in chief as dangerous. As the parent of a child living with epilepsy and on the autism spectrum, I can tell you what is dangerous is the way in which the healthcare system too often treats children, now adults like her. It is neither progressive nor compassionate to put a dollar sign on the lives of those who need such life-affirming care. The use of QALYs has put those with chronic illnesses, disabilities like epilepsy, ALS, and Down syndrome at the back of the line for treatment, too often denying them access and creating barriers to the support they need. It undermines our commitment to life-affirming care for our most vulnerable. No matter how it's expressed, no matter how it's denied, this practice devalues the lives of American citizens and loved ones like my own child. My amendment seeks to provide additional oversight into the negative impact QALYs have on those with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities. The amendment is simple, directs the Comptroller General to submit a report to Congress to thoroughly assess the damage QALYs have on our IDD community and how this measure adversely affects their access to life-saving treatments and medical care. It is simple and meant to provide additional oversight. As noted, as the father of 4 children, one who lives on the autism spectrum with an epilepsy, with a seizure disorder, and a staunch advocate for our disability community, I'd like to again applaud Chairwoman McMorris Rodgers' work on crafting the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act to ensure our most vulnerable populations have access to the medical treatments and services to manage their conditions and lead longer, healthier, and freer lives. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate and respect the views of the disability community and their strongly held belief that the use of QALYs in federal health programs is discriminatory, and that's why I do not oppose this amendment. But the amendment does not cure the problem with the underlying bill. This bill is a Trojan horse that purports to ban discriminatory measures like QALYs, but in reality does a lot more. This bill has the potential to ban a broad swath of cost containment measures that are not discriminatory and could harm the very communities that this bill is purported to help. Those with disabilities need access to lower drug prices and healthcare services, and the federal government's and states' ability to use non-discriminatory health measures is essential to bringing down costs. Otherwise, without the leverage to get a better deal, we're stuck paying whatever pharma wants. And the CBO agrees. That's why they estimate that this bill will increase federal spending by over $1 billion in the next 10 years and potentially tens of billions of dollars more in the years ahead. For this reason, I do not oppose the amendment, but unfortunately, it does not resolve my concerns with the underlying bill. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague's support of the amendment. I just would like to close with addressing the yes, but argument. Those who live with intellectual, physical, and developmental disabilities and those who love them are quite familiar with the yes, but argument. Yes, we care about you, but others face struggles too. Yes, we want you to have access, but others may have obstacles too. Yes, we care about your lives, but we care about others more. That is the basis of the argument against this bill. Yes, but. My daughter has heard it every day of her life. I've experienced it every day. Yes, we hope to educate her, but we don't have time for it. Yes, we want to give you access to vaccines and care, but you're not our priority. Yes, during COVID, we wanted to ensure every life was protected, but we didn't have the time to work it out for you. This bill is not perfect. The chairwoman doesn't expect it to be, nor do I. But QALYs devalue the life and the lives of Americans who have far too many obstacles in their place. So my argument in response to the argument against this bill is yes, but. Yes, kids like mine deserve access to quality care. Yes, those with disabilities deserve to have life-affirming services. And yes, those with disabilities face far too many obstacles to living and pursuing a life of happiness. But we can take this one step, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield the balance of our time to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman. We want to rise and help all of the families, particularly those families who every day are dealing with children and family members with disabilities. And this is an instance where I say, can we all get together and can we try to find a resolution to making sure that we have good health care for these families and for these persons. But what I would offer is that presently this legislation undermines the Affordable Care Act by stripping dollars from the Prevention and Public Health Fund and undermining its critical investments in health and well-being. And it makes it very difficult to help those who need help. It would stop funding from the Prevention and Public Health Fund, which would support critical investments to help prevent disease. At the same time, this legislation opens the possibility of limiting the use of any value metrics when determining a drug price. Furthermore, the Congressional Budget Office determined that this bill would raise drug costs in Medicare, Medicaid, and the Department of Defense. The CBO also estimates that this legislation would increase costs for Veterans Affairs health programs, raising federal spending on prescription drugs by $1.115 billion over 10 years, and billions more in the preceding decades. Americans are looking for answers, and they're looking for answers for all persons who need health care. To pay for these increased costs, there are plans to cut from the Prevention and Public Health Fund and cutting programs to improve public health and to prevent chronic diseases such as childhood lead poisoning and improving immunization rates. Democrats in Congress, along with the Biden-Harris administration, are working to ensure all Americans have access to affordable care and effective health care treatments. This bill claims to protect people from discrimination that would in fact result in harm to patients if enacted into law. I believe that people with disabilities deserve equality, inclusion, and access to all aspects of American life. Instead of prioritizing legislation that could lower prices for them, access value, and improve health, Republicans are attempting to pass legislation that undermines the work that we've done over a 10-year period to really include a disabled community. If this bill is enacted, the language referring to similar measures in the current version of the bill would introduce ambiguity across the health sector. It could invite lengthy lawsuits from an industry eager to stop any efforts to constrain its ability to set prices as high as it wants. I just simply want to say, as I started, can we all work together? All aspects of our community need access to good health care, and certainly our disabled community. And this does more to undermine their access and to expand their access. And I ask my colleagues to send this back to the committee so that we can find a common ground and really serve the disabled community and many others, and not allow those who seek profit to overcome those who seek good health care, including our seniors and our veterans and many aspects of our community that has chronic diseases. With that, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment. Oh, correction. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Time is remaining.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Now, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-374. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Of the whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 485 and pursuant to House Resolution 996, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 485 and pursuant to House Resolution 996 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years and similar measures in coverage and payment determinations under federal health care programs.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Fletcher moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 485, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit. A 15-minute vote. This is a 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit. Will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill. If ordered, this is a 15-minute vote.
members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 210. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
On that, I ask a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 5-minute vote.
members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 208. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 3415, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 300, H.R. 3415, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to convey to the Midvale Irrigation District the Pilot Butte power plant in the state of Wyoming and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Take your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. on Friday, February 9th, 2024, and when it adjourns that day, it adjourned to meet at noon on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act of 2023. This important legislation aims to prevent discrimination against Americans with disabilities and expand access to life-saving cures. It would end the use of quality-adjusted life years in all federal programs. Quality-adjusted life years are factors used to rank whether a patient is worth the expense of a particular treatment. This rubric intentionally devalues treatment for those who have disabilities and those with chronic illnesses. This practice has been widely investigated by various nonpartisan groups, and yet QALYs are only prohibited to Medicare in a limited fashion. We know of countries using these metrics much more aggressively to decide which treatments they'll fund. We must stand against that in the United States. The government shouldn't decide which lives are valuable enough for care. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and address my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish everybody who is celebrating in New Mexico and across the world a very happy Lunar New Year. This Saturday, we will begin the Year of the Dragon, a symbol of strength, wisdom, and success. Across New Mexico and the world, many will be celebrating with family and community traditions and joyful feasts. It is a holiday and a chance to reset and reconnect, and is part of our history and culture as New Mexicans, and the beautiful multicultural fabric that makes New Mexico who we are. To all who are celebrating, I hope you have a wonderful Lunar New Year, full of celebrations, and of course, lots of delicious food. And I wish you all a happy, healthy, prosperous Year of the Dragon. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we often recognize noteworthy and acclaimed personalities, we have so many other great unsung heroes and amazing souls who do a ton of heavy lifting with little to no recognition. Yet, if truth be told, they serve as the glue, sturdiness, strength, and all that is good about America. They go about their jobs quietly without having the expectation of recognition. In fact, they do what they do because it's God's work. It's the right thing to do. I'm privileged to be in a position that I can acknowledge one such unsung hero who happens to be the grand matriarch of my family. Born February 14th, 1929 to William E. and Lily Mae Ward, she's my grandmother, Miss Annie Ruth Nix. And in a few days, we are blessed to celebrate her 95th birthday. I am standing here on the shoulders of giants, her shoulders, for 4 generations removed from slavery, because my grandmother has always covered me in prayer, has always had my back when I needed her the most, and because she didn't kill me as a child when I put a hole in her wall, flung applesauce on her ceiling, and played with matches too close to the house in the Mississippi summertime. Thank you, Grandma. We love you. Happy birthday.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Akron Police Detective Larry Rodeback as the Champion of the Week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Detective Rodeback has worked for the Akron Police Department for 22 years and was working a secondary job at an apartment building when a 23-month-old girl went unconscious. Detective Rodeback immediately jumped into action and instructed the child's father to put the toddler on the table so he could perform CPR while the child's father called 911 for help. His life-saving rescue efforts continued until emergency medical services crews arrived at the scene and the young girl was able to be transported to Akron Children's Hospital. Detective Rodeback reacted without hesitation to provide the necessary care the child needed to stay alive until more help could arrive. Thank you, Detective Larry Rodeback, for your heroic service to our community and your dedication to keeping members of our community safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Biden administration's Department of Labor has announced a new independent contractor rule that is a full-fledged assault on the right to earn a living in America. It is estimated that this new rule will cost between 3.2 and 3.6 million American jobs. And this is not a matter of speculation. We have seen the devastating impact of the law that this rule was based upon, AB 5 in California. A new study shows that this law in California led to a 10% decline in self-employment and a 4% decline in overall employment. But these are just numbers. What's really important to understand is the stories of folks who have lost everything because of AB 5 in California. This is from Daniel, who said, "I am a chiropractor in California. I was just terminated from my wonderful independent contract, 10-hour-per-week job. The company cited AB 5. I've had this job for 10 years. The job allowed me flexibility to take care of my 3 special needs kids. Now it's gone." To prevent millions of Americans from suffering the same fate of Daniel, I am sponsoring legislation under the Congressional Review Act to nullify this new rule from the Department of Labor. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reclaim the policymaking authority of Congress in this area. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to commend the Environmental Protection Agency on finalizing a stronger air pollution standard that will protect communities and achieve better outcomes across our nation. Under the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration, the EPA strengthened the National Air Ambient Quality Standard for soot from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9. Today's final rule is a major step towards addressing one of the most dangerous environmental health risks in the country. As is too often the case, low-income communities and communities of color are disproportionately impacted by soot pollution and experience worse health outcomes as a result, including higher rates of respiratory illnesses, particularly asthma, heart attacks, cancer, and infant mortality. Strengthening these standards will prevent 4,500 premature deaths, avoid 290,000 lost workdays, and result in as much as $46 billion in public health benefits. Shortly after being sworn in, I called on the EPA to curb soot pollution and finalized a strong rule. And I am grateful for the administration's action, which will begin to address historic inequities in our marginalized communities across the nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to celebrate Lunar New Year, 설날, and Tet Festival as we ring in the new year of the dragon, symbolizing strength, power, and good fortune. I wish success, opportunities, happiness, and good changes for you and your family this new year. In Congress, I will embody the fighting spirit of the dragon to keep breaking through the partisan gridlock and delivering results to keep our communities safe and prosperous, make life more affordable, and expand opportunities for Americans to achieve their dreams. Please allow me to offer best wishes to everyone in different Asian languages. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 新年快乐. Gong e fa choi. Chok mong nam moi. Happy New Year. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize John Hayward, a lifelong resident, family man, community leader, and dear friend who passed January 27th at age 86, attending the Old West End's Rosary Cathedral, and then graduating from Central Catholic High School, where he was senior class president. John later graduated from the University of Notre Dame. He was then commissioned for duty as a naval navigator aboard the USS Independence. Later, after graduating Georgetown Law School, John returned to Toledo to practice law with his father and to serve as assistant Lucas County prosecutor. He became special counsel on the Kent State University cases and then founding partner in the firm Hayward, Cooper, Straub, Walensky, and Kramer. In 1981, he joined Shoemaker, Lupin, Kendrick to specialize in healthcare law, and at 67, so-called retired from law to become president of Mercy College in Toledo, which he founded. John chaired the board of the Toledo-Lucas County Public Library as well as the Toledo and Ohio State Bar Association, and after the death of his wife, Mary Beth, he found love again and married Jeannie Hayward in 2005. To Jeannie and their precious blended family, we extend heartfelt condolences and gratitude for the life of John Franklin Hayward. May his spirit continue to inspire a new generation of leaders in all walks of life. And Madam Speaker, I also ask that the names of John's family be submitted for the congressional record. I thank you, I thank America for his beautiful life, and I yield back.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Walter Parker, who passed away last year at the age of 88 in Bloomingdale, Georgia. Walter was a Georgia native. He attended Savannah High School, where he graduated in 1954 before pursuing higher education in Virginia. Walter served in the U.S. Army Security Agency in Germany. After completing service to his country, he became a civilian employee with the Department of Defense. Later on, he returned to Tybee Island, where he owned several businesses, including The Corner, the Ice Cream Cone, Bill's Grill, and Reynolds Apartments. He also served as police commissioner for Tybee Island, and in 1985, he was elected mayor, where he led the city for 16 years. I had the honor and privilege of serving as mayor of another city and serving alongside Walter. He did an outstanding job. Walter loved many things, including playing the piano, classical music, and being a member of the chancel choir. Walter Parker was a devoted public servant who served his country well. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Sinkin Chauquivi, Chukmunamoy Toi La Lu Korea. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize this Saturday, February 10th, as Tet, or the Vietnamese New Year. Orange County, my home, is also the home to the largest Vietnamese community outside of Vietnam. And this year, Tet marks the beginning of the Year of the Dragon. This annual celebration brings families together. They cook, they decorate their houses, and come together to celebrate Tet across Orange County. And Orange County's Vietnamese community is an essential part of our county. They are entrepreneurs, teachers, soldiers, generals, and local leaders. And that's why I was honored to host U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam, Mark Napper, for the first visit he's ever had to Orange County earlier this year. And Madam Speaker, I wish everybody at home a happy and successful Tet. Chuk Mona Moi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Roughly 18 million students fill out the free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, each year. Yet this week, the Department of Education celebrated 3.6 million forms being submitted. That's 20%, a failing grade in any classroom. Yet the Biden administration considers this a success. Countless students and families are being negatively impacted by this administration's outrageously incompetent implementation of a bipartisan law passed more than 3 years ago. The department had plenty of time to prepare for the FAFSA rollout. Instead, it zealously and recklessly pursued an illegal student loan scheme. The department's actions have had real consequences. Students are hurting, especially low-income students who are most dependent on taxpayer aid from the federal government. The department promises that colleges will receive financial aid information in mid-March. Given this department's empty promises and missed deadlines throughout the past year, I won't hold my breath. I yield back.
Gentleman's time expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We can all agree in this House that our immigration system is broken, and we need a real bipartisan solution to protect our border and create a pathway to citizenship. Solutions like the Bipartisan Dignity Act and the bipartisan legislation that was negotiated in the Senate. Business leaders all around this country are asking for this because it will help build the workforce our economy needs, address worker shortage, strengthen supply chains, and boost our competitiveness. It's a win-win for businesses of all sizes and for families. Many of my Republican colleagues, I believe, agree with that. But when they finally had the chance to do something about it, too many changed their mind because of none other than Donald Trump. The far right would rather campaign on a broken immigration system than actually fix a broken immigration system. I came to Washington to solve problems, not exploit them for cheap political points, and I hope my colleagues have the courage to do the same so we can keep people safe, boost our economy, and preserve the American dream.
Has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my statement.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable individual in Georgia's 9th District, Dr. Eldred Casey. On February the 11th, Dr. Casey, a distinguished World War II veteran and the oldest living veteran in Rabun County, will celebrate his 100th birthday. Dr. Casey's life is nothing short of extraordinary. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, young Eldred knew he wanted to answer the call of duty. As a naval aviator, Lieutenant Junior Grade Casey courageously served our nation, patrolling the Pacific Northwest throughout the war while stationed at Naval Air Station Whidbey Island. After his military service, Mr. Casey returned to the Peach State to attend the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Georgia. He then opened his own veterinary practice in Athens and later returned to the university as a professor, leaving a remarkable impact on his students and the University of Georgia community. Dr. Casey's life represents a century of bravery, sacrifice, and dedication. As the Rabun County community celebrates Dr. Casey's major milestone birthday next week, I know I speak for the 9th District in thanking Eldred for his honorable service and wishing him a wonderful 100th birthday. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, community colleges are the lifeline for Eastern North Carolina, rural America, and beyond. North Carolina's 1st Congressional District is the home to 11 community colleges that are committed to building a stronger future for families across the East. Recently, I was glad to speak with Pitt Community College President Dr. Lawrence Rouse at a legislative breakfast, and in D.C., Edgecombe Community College President Dr. Greg McLeod here in D.C., Halifax Community College President Dr. Patrina Benton Elliott on her campus, and the College of Albemarle President Dr. Jack Bagwell in my D.C. office. I met with these dynamic presidents, members of the Board of Trustees, faculty, and students to learn more about how they're working to address industry's needs. We must invest in our community colleges to economically empower rural communities across America. Madam Speaker, I'm also glad to share special congratulations to Dr. Rouse on his dedicated service and retirement.
Time's expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, since President Biden's first day in office, he's waged an unprecedented war on American energy. The cost, of course, is ultimately passed down to Americans. Let's break down a few critical missteps from the White House on energy policy. This administration has crippled U.S. energy independence, as seen by the administration's most recent decision to halt approvals for new gas, natural gas export terminals. This administration has also made our country more dependent on foreign energy, propping up our adversaries, as seen by his decision to shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, which impacted many hardworking Wisconsinites. And the latest push from the administration seems to be a political agenda against gas vehicles, which of course will levy even higher costs on Americans who cannot afford an electric vehicle. House Republicans, on the other hand, have remained committed to making energy more affordable and putting American energy first. We passed the Low Energy Cost Act, which received bipartisan support
Gentleman's time's
and will put
expired.
the country on the path to responsible
The gentleman's
power
time's
for
expired.
our future. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This is African American History Month, Black History Month, and we find that much of the history of Texas is intertwined with African American history. A slave woman was called the Yellow Rose of Texas, and we realize that it was President Lincoln who insisted to send General Granger to Texas to show the western states that slavery was over after they rebuffed and refused to free the slaves west of the Mississippi. General Granger came on June 19, 1865, to declare that the slaves be made free and that the states like Texas stop defying the federal law. It is interesting, out of that, we have been able to establish the first federal holiday in 38 years, and that is Juneteenth, which equals freedom. And now across the nation, there will be states, 50 of them, celebrating Juneteenth on June 19, 1865. We have outstanding pastors that I honor today. Reverend William A. Lawson, Reverend F.M. Williams, Reverend Samuel Smith, and Reverend S.J. Gilbert. And of course, our community colleges that are enormously diverse and educate mountains and many African American students. Texas and African American history, it is better because African American history is part of the history of Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking to ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sadly rise today to acknowledge the loss of a friend, Burt Bundy. Burton Miles Bundy, age 82, passed peacefully at home in Los Molinas, California on January 25. He will take a seat at the poker table with his buddies in heaven who are waiting for him. He was born in Santa Maria, California in 1946. In 1946, his family moved to a ranch in Los Molinos, California in Tehama County, where he lived to his last day. He's a graduate of Los Molinos High School in 1959 before attending UC Davis. He enlisted in the Air Force in 1916 and specialized as a jet aircraft mechanic on such planes as F-102, F-105, and F-106s. He was stationed in Tacoma, Washington at a base there where he met and married his lovely wife, Joyce McGinn, in 1962, and was deployed to Thule, Greenland before he discharged in 63. Burt and Joyce opened their feed store known as Los Molinos Feed and Supply in 1968, where they ran that business together until he was elected to the Board of Supervisors in Tehama County in 81. He was a leader on water, land, agriculture, and fish issues throughout the North State, serving as county supervisor for five terms, as well as many other boards such as California Farm Bureau, Tehama County Farm Bureau, the Bureau of Reclamation, Regional Council for Rural Counties, and many others. He was a husband, father, grandfather, brother, uncle, and friend to so many. He and his wife Joyce were to almost every Tehama County event, certainly everyone I ever went to, and have always been willing to volunteer and help lend a hand with anybody. He coached Little League and was an avid hunter at his special cabin on Mill Creek, and I would frequently run into him at car shows where they're showing off their really nicely done 57 Chevy. Big fan of the San Francisco Giants, and we all hated the Dodgers together. He loved to fix cars and raise cattle his whole life. He traveled with Joyce much, and he's also part of the Ag Leadership Program, traveling around the world talking about California ag to everybody. We appreciate him. He's survived by sons Lance and Justin, 5 grandkids, and his sister Ruth. God bless him and his family. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy, what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the retirement of a remarkable constituent from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, Pasquale T. Dion, Sr., who retired from the board of the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority on January 25th, 2024. Pat is the longest tenured chairman and board member in SEPTA history, serving the residents of Greater Philadelphia since 1995. And during his tenure at SEPTA, Chairman Dion was committed to securing of budgetary stability for the Transportation Authority through the use of innovative financial mechanisms. Chairman Dion revitalized the Transit Authority and contributed to 22 years of balanced budgets and the growth of SEPTA into the 5th largest public transportation system in the nation. Moreover, Chairman Dion boasts an impressive record of bipartisan success for SEPTA, having worked with 6 governors, 5 Philadelphia mayors, numerous county commissioners, and council members to secure the resources integral to SEPTA's continued operations and success. And under his leadership, Chairman Dion advocated for the development and implementation of new technologies that put SEPTA on the cutting edge of efficient public transportation, including the introduction of the SEPTA Key, the integration of the SEPTA Control Center centralized command station, the implementation of the Positive Train Control, a system designed to advance and improve rail safety technologies. Moreover, Chairman Dion oversaw numerous technological advancements dedicated to making SEPTA a more sustainable system, including the introduction of hybrid buses into the fleet. SEPTA is now a committed partner of the Mach 2 Hydrogen Hub proposal, a project aimed to use existing technologies to generate clean hydrogen energy with the goal of transitioning SEPTA to a fleet that's zero emission in 2040.
Gentleman, time has expired.
Madam Chair, we commend Chairman Dion on his retirement and wish him the best in the future.
Gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. With no shortage of topics to discuss and to cover today, the House of Representatives just recently passed the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, and a crucially important bill that I commend the leadership of Chairwoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers from the Energy and Commerce Committee to get done today. Appreciate my colleagues for stepping up to share some of these messages regarding this, the ongoing turmoil and unnecessary strain on our border that goes on with President Biden's inability to get that under control. Other topics from women's sports and beyond. So looking forward to hearing from any of my colleagues as they've come to share messages and speak to not only America but their own districts. So we'll kick that off, starting off with a very good colleague and friend from the great state of Florida, representing the 4th District, Representative Aaron Bean.
Mr. Vice Chairman Moore, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Madam Speaker, as I stand before you, America is being invaded. Right this minute, criminals, human traffickers, drug lords, and kingpins are taking advantage of our porous border. If that thought wasn't terrifying enough, hundreds of individuals on the U.S. terror watch list are entering our country as if we don't even have a border. Secretary Mayorkas is welcoming our enemies into our great nation and doing it deliberately. Madam Speaker, I have visited our southern border twice now, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt, it's a turnstile for crime, cartels, and drugs. Secretary Mayorkas has allowed this to happen at the direction of the Biden administration. He has unilaterally disarmed the border by refusing to enforce the existing laws and blatantly disregarding his oath of office. But that's not all. We know that Secretary Mayorkas has issued guidance stating that an illegal immigrant's presence alone is not grounds for deportation. Not even criminal charges or convictions or gang membership are enough for deportation. Only in Crazy Town can you break the law and be rewarded. Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas doesn't want to end the mayhem at the border. Rather, he blatantly supports and is forcibly pushing for this madness. That's why there have been over, here are the numbers, 8.3 million illegal crossings nationwide, over 7 million illegal crossings at the southern border, 1.7 million known gotaways, 169 terrorists caught trying to cross the border, which is an all-time record. Do we know who's coming in and do they wish to do us harm? That's the point, Madam Speaker. We don't know. What we do know is that Secretary Mayorkas has failed us all. And it's not just bad in Texas. From California to the free state of Florida, states across the country are now feeling the consequences of the border crossings. In recent days, Border Patrol Miami sector have arrested an illegal immigrant with Interpol red notice for homicide in Nassau, Bahamas. An illegal immigrant convicted of attempted indecent liberties with a minor. Illegal immigrant with over 5 DUI convictions. It's out of control, Madam Speaker. Florida is located more than 1,000 miles from the southern border, but my constituents bear the brunt of this disaster, from stains on our schools and healthcare systems to fentanyl on our streets and strains on our law enforcement. Plane loads of illegal immigrants are being offloaded in our communities during the middle of the night at taxpayers' expense. Madam Speaker, the border is a fight, but it's a fight worth having. When it comes to the border crisis, Americans are looking for leadership, not denials, distractions, or deflections. It's time to impeach. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida. I can't overemphasize the point enough, and I'm glad you made it again about fentanyl. I actually just met with some constituents from Utah, particularly in law enforcement, and just trying to squelch this overabundance invasion of fentanyl. And it is catching people that in situations that they would have otherwise not gotten into, and it's overtaking our communities, and it needs to be communicated, it needs to be addressed. So thank you for highlighting that. That's just something that was just on top of my mind as I've had a meeting, a constituent meeting, like we so often do. Fentanyl becomes more and more the clear topic that we need to get out ahead of, and I think that's something that is motivating the Republican conference more than anything to address this border issue. So thank you again, sir. Continuing on, we're looking forward to hearing from a great colleague and friend of mine from Tennessee's 6th District. The gentleman from Tennessee, I yield so much time as you may consume.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Utah, Vice Chairman Moore, for yielding and for claiming the time this morning to discuss these important issues facing our nation. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. The President has the existing authority to close the southern border today. No act of Congress is necessary. No new law is needed. Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act authorizes the President to, quote, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens, close quote, whose entry he, quote, finds would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, close quote. This is authority that has been used in the past successfully by previous presidents to gain control of the border when it has lost control. His refusal to do so signals his unwillingness to secure our border, despite Customs and Border Protection reporting more than 8 million illegal encounters nationwide, including 361 on the terror watch list since President Biden took office in just 3 short years. Let's be honest with the American people, Madam Speaker. If the President seriously thought an act by Congress was necessary to secure the border, and if he was actually willing to do so, why didn't he do it when Democrats controlled both the House and the Senate? The answer is simple. It would go against the White House's policy and the President's policy and desire to keep our borders open and let into this country millions of people illegally. As a candidate, President Biden made this clear, as he said multiple times on the campaign trail. So this isn't a policy failure. It is the policy of President Biden. Now that it's an election year and the majority of Americans believe the situation at the southern border is a crisis, according to at least recent CBS News polls and others, President Biden is attempting to put a Band-Aid on what is, in my opinion, a bullet wound, and worse yet, a self-inflicted bullet wound. Except attached to that Band-Aid are multiple unnecessary and costly items that will only make matters at our borders worse. The Senate border bill isn't a border bill. It's an immigration bill that legitimizes President Biden's open border policies and steals money from our grandchildren and great-grandchildren and relatives far into the future. On behalf of all sensible Tennesseans whom I represent, I could not, in good faith, vote for this bill in its current form. Rather, we must enact serious and stringent border security reforms like the ones passed by the House almost a year ago in H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. New law is not needed in order to empower the President to deal with the problem at our southern border, but rather to force the President to deal with the problem at our southern border. Throwing money at the problem won't solve it. Passing new laws won't solve it unless the President is either forced or develops a willingness to enforce the laws of this country and stop the flow of illegal immigrants and illicit drugs into this country. His proposals will only make matters worse. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing any legislation that will only memorialize or place into law the policies of this administration to allow illegals to flow into the country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. I appreciate your willingness and your always showing up to be able to share this message, and your constituents and Americans alike appreciate it. To continue on with hearing from some of my awesome, amazing colleagues from all across the country, I'd like to welcome a good friend and colleague I'm from Utah's first, I call it best district, and California. I believe California, yep. You are also the first district, and so we call it the best district. So California's best district. My colleague from California won. Thank you.
Thank you, my colleague from Utah. That's the fighting firsts, I guess we have, right? So thank you. Madam Speaker, we come to this microphone day after day, especially the last 2.5, 3 years, and we're recounting the difficulty that we're putting, this collective body here, the House, the Senate, government in general, we're putting the people of this country through unnecessary pain, unnecessary crisis. It's one after another. This isn't made by weather or nature or even foreign enemies per se. We're causing it by the actions either from this administration directly or their bureaucracy. And so it's one thing after another. In my home state of California, we echo that in spades there as well. So one of them right now is the condition that we're treating women and girls in this country. Now, it might be the usual saw, might be about abortion or something. No, look what's happening. For girls and women in their sports, in their opportunities, you have men masquerading as women because they can't cut it on a men's team in sports, for example. So they switch over and just start competing on a women's team or on a girls' team in school. How are we even at this point of entertaining this as a legitimate and wise way of doing things? And I keep asking, where are the feminist groups on this? Are they so locked into politics and unidarity with being unified with the left that they're willing to sacrifice the futures of girls and young women in college, with scholarships, and plus the camaraderie of sports anyway? The goodness that comes from working as a team, or those individual efforts you have in individual sports of excelling, and finding that just dashed because there's a couple of biological males competing in that same sport with some of the built-in physical advantage they have in many sports. Maybe not all, but a lot of them. Seeing them losing opportunities for maybe scholarships at the college level or winning the gold medal in whatever sport it is. So I'm glad to stand with the female athletes as they continue what has been a long fight to have that opportunity in sports. Title IX coming along and had some fits and starts getting there, but they deserve to have the same opportunities as men do. It's a different fight these days. Because what we see is the left actually intently erasing women. Their opportunities are being taken. As I've said, the spaces on sports teams, they're filling out the rosters, biological males on there, scholarships on the podium as they win their medals, being replaced with biological men. Sports across the country Americans in these sports across the country are rightly outraged at what has happened and what is happening to women's and girls' sports. Of course, I've signed on to several initiatives at the congressional level to protect women and girls' spaces, such as the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, that keeps men from taking scholarships, roster spots, and championship titles from women in athletics. Indeed, it's a point of insanity where we are with this, and it's really unfair that they would have to even fight for this opportunity to compete on a stage, on a field, what have you, with biological men, be pitted against them in contact sports, possibly physically harmed due to the physical advantages that are frequent, or the indignity of having to share a locker room space the way you're raised, with modesty, with the obvious separation of the sexes up until this recent phenomena that seems to be having so much momentum amongst the left, amongst people that seem like have just really lost their sensibilities. So in this effective silence of the voices of female athletes, with the expectation to conform, all because of a gender identity and ideologically it's running amok right now. Indeed, we're kind of a laughingstock as a country from some of the countries that are still developing their own sports and contemplating what the heck is it they're doing over there. Women are being directly hurt by this, as I mentioned, with the physical harm, concussions, skull fractures, other injuries, and being pushed out of their opportunities by this intrusion of males. So it's imperative that for the next generation of girls, that they be able to grow up and know that they're cared about, that they're loved, that they matter, instead of just being erased from these opportunities. It's just unbelievable we have to talk about this. So indeed, under this Biden era and others, my home state of California and several other states that are doing this, it's one crisis after another. I want to talk about energy for a minute too, because that's another unneeded crisis that is being inflicted upon the people of this country due to the costs. Now, energy is the basis for so much of our economy and the cost of our economy. In my real life, I'm a farmer. So before the 23 crop, we saw the price of fuel double, price of fertilizer triple. Excuse me, that's a 22 crop. 23, it came back down a little bit. But in my home state of California, it's still often and normal to see $5 fuel. $5 fuel out on the roadway there. And all caused because the day President Biden came in, he started having an anti-American energy policy that's harming our ability to develop and transport natural gas, which is very important, for example, in fertilizer production, but also in warming the grain storage around the country, putting warm air on the grain so it'll dry out and stay preserved, and so many other forms of use of natural gas in heating homes and operating power plants. And with the miracle of hydraulic fracturing developed not that long ago, America came from an energy user to the ability to be a major energy exporter. The prices of it came down so much that other countries were actually looking at locating more and more factories here because the cost of energy was going to be so low. And so we have the Biden administration doing everything it can to cut off more development and usage of natural gas at the pass. Why is that? Natural gas burns cleanly. It's one of the good transition fuels as we move from other forms to that. But we still need all of them. We need all of them. Hydroelectric power is clean, CO2-free electricity, yet it's being pushed out as more and more dams are being, in my own home district in Northern California, 4 dams on the Klamath River are being attacked right now. One of them has already been taken down. Ostensibly, the idea is to save fish there, even though the fish historically haven't really traveled up the river the way that they is claimed. And so that they aren't true spawning grounds of a lake that is warm, Klamath Lake, and not ideal for this type of fish. Science doesn't seem to matter on that because it's a political situation that's being hustled on us. So we're going to lose this hydroelectric at the same time when many are mandating by the year 2035 or 2045 or whatever they want to make up at the time that we have to have X amount of electric cars or electric stoves or electric leaf blowers and lawnmowers or heaven knows moving into trucks and trains and even airplanes. And they're taking away the ability to generate the electricity. Clean, CO2-free baseload power such as hydroelectric, and really clean fossil fuel, but still a very clean and efficient natural gas. I've been attending a lot of seminars on nuclear energy as well. There's another CO2-free power source that is baseload, that's dependable, it's 24/7. And we're having such difficulty procuring and permitting new nuclear plants. The technology has continued to improve and get better, and for these smaller plants, it would be more ideal in locating in near cities and such that the technology, the safety is there, but we can't hardly talk about that. We have to have a breakthrough on that so we could be energy independent with low cost, what would appear to be renewable energy. Renewable isn't just windmills and solar panels, which are really unreliable. We have the opportunity to have baseload power that would be low priced and available 24/7 with these technologies. But we have roadblocks time and time again. They want to tear down dams. They want to get rid of natural gas that would power some of them. They are hesitant on nuclear energy, and there just doesn't seem to be a solution for the left because everything is no. It isn't all going to be served by solar panels and windmills because those are a tiny percent of our overall grid. The rest of the world is going ahead with oil and gas development and usage. The curve is going way up around the rest of the world. It's only us and a couple other Western countries that are hamstringing our ability to be energy independent, develop the energy we need, and have an economy here that instead that we're going to export to China and Asia. So we're harming ourselves by having this administration in charge with their wrong-headed, backwards policies on this. We need energy independence. We can do it cleanly, responsibly. And I mentioned CO2 a couple times, all right? CO2 meaning, climate change and the fear factor that is causing around the country. I remind you, CO2 is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. When I ask the average person on the street who's busy with their lives doing what they do, they believe from all the hype it's typically they'll guess somewhere between 20 and 50%. No, it's 0.04%. And with the U.S. and a couple other Western countries actually flattening their CO2 production and even dipping down a little bit, it's certainly not us that would be the so-called problem. It is the continued export of jobs, export of economy, and export of manufacturing to places like China and the Pacific Rim, where they don't have nearly the protections. But as we keep talking about a carbon-free life and going zero carbon, it's actually not necessary because so little of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide anyway. It's not a threat. It's one that's used by government, by organizations, by international organizations to try and control more and more of our economy and of our lives. Taking away our vehicles, taking away our mobility, telling us we need to live in stacked communities instead of the way we live, running people off the rural areas of, like my district and the western states, running people out of the cattle business and such by introducing wolves, decimating the deer and elk populations as well as livestock, basically pushing people out that are productive people that serve all those folks that make these policies that live in the cities. So I guess maybe they need to go to the end of the food line when we're talking about what they're doing to devastate agriculture as well as these other industries that provide the minerals, electricity, energy, everything they need. So with that, there's so many crises that are unneeded in this country. I could go all day long, but I shouldn't. But I hope people will take heart on this and look at what the policies are that are being made by the Biden administration, by Democrats in the Senate, and the majority we see in my home state of California, 3-1 Democrat majority with Governor Newsom, and the havoc that's being wreaked on the people of California with these wrong-headed policies. And certainly, I would invite the rest of the country not to emulate what California does. Thank you for the time. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I served on the Natural Resources Committee with the gentleman from California, and the point that we continually try to make is that American innovation and American leadership needed to be invested in, and with the policies that are playing out and the rhetoric and all of the hyperbole, it moves us away from improving the situation with anything related to energy. It's fascinating, and he and I had a chance to spend a lot of time on that. To further emphasize and discuss the bill we just recently passed, again, the Protecting Health Care for Patients Act, an incredibly important voice within our conference from Pennsylvania's 13th District, and a physician himself. Look forward to hearing his thoughts. Thank you, and I yield you as much time as you may consume.
I thank the gentleman for his leadership, and I thank you for holding this special order today. Mr. Speaker, it was here in the U.S. Capitol, just a few hundred feet from where we're standing, that President Abraham Lincoln called on all of us to care for him who shall have borne the battle. Today, the House voted on legislation which will help us to carry on President Lincoln's promise. By passing the Health Care for All Patients Act, the House voted to ensure that any patient using a federal health program can never be turned away on the basis of using the Quality Adjusted Life Years formulas. Known as QALYs, these formulas have been used to determine if patients should receive certain medical treatments. In essence, this is rationing of medical care. As a doctor, I treated patients at the James E. Van Zandt Medical Center in Blair County in Pennsylvania. Eliminating the use of these formulas for all federal programs will ensure that our veterans are able to receive the care and the treatment that they need and that they deserve, continuing the promise of Abraham Lincoln. Further, this legislation will help to protect Americans with disabilities and those with chronic diseases, as well as children who receive their health care through federal programs like CHIP. Today, I was proud to vote in favor of this legislation that protects patients' access to the latest medical technology and to the latest innovations. Proudly, I can say that this legislation passed the House. Proudly, I can say that we have voted to protect American patients. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you to the doctor from Pennsylvania. Appreciate your support on that bill and communicating the importance of it. On to my good friend and colleague from the nearby state of Virginia, Virginia's 6th District. Welcome the gentleman to share his remarks and offer you as much time as you may consume.
I thank the gentleman for hosting the special order and for his leadership. I want to talk about a subject that is in the news right now, the crisis that has been created by this administration on the border and the intentional encouragement of millions of migrants to make a dangerous journey from across the globe to the United States, crossing the border illegally and bringing with them, often seeking a better life, but declaring asylum when you cross the border illegally is not the solution. So yesterday we had a vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. That vote failed by a single vote. I thank the gentleman for his leadership in switching his vote to be with the prevailing side so that he can perform parliamentary maneuver and bring it back for a vote when we do have all of the supporters of impeachment in the House chamber ready to vote, and hopefully we'll see that next week. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, for over 200 years, or for over 2 years, the Biden administration has stood by and watched as the worst border crisis in history continues to worsen. The results of these open border policies speak for themselves. There have been over 1 million illegal migrant encounters since October, including 302,000 in December alone and 19 individuals on the terrorist watch list. These policies have fueled a national fentanyl epidemic, put more money in the hands of cartels and human traffickers, opened the border to national security threats, and prevented ICE from deporting most of those here illegally, even convicted violent criminals and gang members. What's extremely tragic about this crisis that we find ourselves in today is that most of this could have been prevented. The Biden administration assumed office with strong border security policies in place. And yet, instead of taking responsibility and maintaining sound policies that will fix these issues and enforce our immigration laws, President Biden and Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas have dismantled our border security. We've given this administration all the tools that they need to do their job and secure the border. There are laws on the books that basically spell out exactly how to secure the border, how to detain those coming across the border illegally, how to prevent those from coming across the border illegally. But this administration has actively worked to find every loophole and do just the opposite. We, all 435 members of this body, swore to defend the Constitution, yet the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, who took a similar oath, has the audacity to come before Congress, the Judiciary Committee, on which I'm proud to serve, and lie under oath, saying that we have operational control of the border. Secretary Mayorkas has the audacity to neglect his oath to safeguard the American people and our community, and this body must hold him accountable. Regardless of their position, those individuals must be held accountable. Secretary Mayorkas has purposefully and knowingly disregarded the rights and security of this country's citizens and failed in his responsibility to protect our homeland. The American people rightfully deserve action. It is imperative that we, as representatives of the people, ensure that those in positions of power are held to the highest standards of accountability. That's why I will continue to fight on behalf of my constituents, who I'm proud to serve every day, to ensure their safety and hold Alexander Mayorkas accountable for his dereliction of duty. It's long past time we restore our nation's rule of law and sovereignty. We must impeach Secretary Mayorkas, and it's my hope that we do so next week. The American people deserve better. Thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Virginia for sharing his perspective from his district in, just west of here. And I think that's the point, that a lot of folks that come up and use this time to share a message in speaking to their constituents, but across the country, this impacts everywhere. We use the terminology that every state is a border state, but it impacts everywhere. So thank you. Again, we passed a very important health care bill today. Health care policy is one that's oftentimes misunderstood, difficult to really communicate, and that has continued on for decades, and it's one of those issues that is tough. I want to just kind of highlight some of the aspects of this bill that we just recently passed out of the House of Representatives. But before doing so, I wanted to use this moment to also just kind of highlight something that I've done from this podium before on why this moment, when we talk about all the crises that are going on. We have major turmoil going on in the Middle East. We have a border crisis. We've had inflation run rampant. All of these different areas. And I want the American people to know, and from my perspective, and I want my constituents to know, that right now, in the political reality that we have, it's called split government. You have a White House with a Democratic president from the Democratic Party. You have a controlled Senate is controlled by the Democratic Party, and the House of Representatives is controlled by the Republican Party. What Republicans in the House of Representatives have, been trying to do for the year that we've had, just over the year that we've had the majority, time of us that we were in the minority, is just highlight several different things. And just let me speak very plainly. The American Rescue Plan was passed almost, several weeks after President Biden was inaugurated. And what took place there was everything switched in Washington. When you have split government like we do now, you usually, hopefully, you get outcomes like we did with the tax package last week, where Republicans and Democrats on committee sat down, they looked through the entire tax code, certain things, provisions that had expired, realized and tried to uncover what is important, what is the important aspects of what we need to accomplish. And we came to an amazing tax package that I have celebrated. I've celebrated it along with my committee members. I've celebrated along with the entire House of Representatives and back home. And I'm so proud of the work that we did there. That's oftentimes what creates a lot of really good results. But back to the American Rescue Plan. It was a $1.9 trillion bill that within months created some of the worst inflation that our nation has seen in 4 decades. And it's simple. When you add that much monetary supply and you have too much money chasing too few goods, there is only one equation, and it's inflation. And when the Republicans took over the House of Representatives this last cycle, it's being reported all the time now, like, okay, inflation's sort of squashed. Like, these are simple equations. Republicans are putting the clamps on what President Biden tried to massively spend during his time when he had the White House, House, and Senate. Because in that scenario, you don't ever have to even dialogue with the other party. And I'm proud of the work that Republicans have done in that scenario. So I use that as an example. That's a simple equation. Basic economic fundamentals. If you don't load up the monetary supply so much so that you won't create this type of inflation. And we've been doing that. Prices are still high because a lot of these prices are here to stay, unfortunately. After a massive inflationary period, those prices stay high, but inflation is down. And I'm thrilled to have been a part of it, to be able to put the clamps on the Biden administration's spending appetite and get that back to a reasonable level. The point that I'm trying to draw a correlation on is we've been hitting this border thing for 3 years now, and we're going to continue to do this. It's now clear with all of the data, all of the polling, colleagues of mine from the Democratic side recognize, like, okay, this isn't just a post-pandemic issue where we've got it overloaded on the border. We've got a fundamental issue. And the thing that I'm really appreciative on my side is just highlighting the very specific and simple things that can be done to fix this. I wish we could do it legislatively, but they don't even need to be done legislatively. It is simple things like, re-implement the migrant protection protocols or the Remain in Mexico policy. This is the strongest signal to the cartels that says, you can't overrun our borders. Because through this asylum process, you will get put in the system, you will get a spot, you will get your case heard, but you are not allowed to be released into the country. It's the most simple, basic policy. And if President Biden wanted to truly affect positive change at the border, he would just re-implement this. Things like the catch and release program. There are simple fixes to this, and I've overly highlighted it over and over again. I will continue to do that to call this out. And hopefully we can, even going forward, it's a tumultuous time in the House of Representatives and in Senate right now about figuring out where to land on some of these negotiations. We cannot give up just because things seem difficult or overwhelming. We've got to be willing to find a way to massively improve our situation at the southern border. Again, back to the legislation that we covered today and that we just recently passed. This is another step to improve our healthcare system and ensure all patients get access to the best treatments and care that they need. Chairwoman Catherine McMorris Rodgers' Protecting Healthcare for Patients Act will help ensure that the value of life-saving cures and treatments for people with disabilities is not discounted. The bill will provide all federal health care programs, including the VA and Federal Employees Health Benefits Program, as well as federally funded state health care programs like Medicaid, from using prices that are based on quality-adjusted life years or similar measures. Quality-adjusted life years are intended to measure the value of medical interventions relative to someone's condition and how it will impact the patient's longevity. But this can devalue certain patients' lives and lead to picking winners and losers, ultimately taking the decision out of the hands of patients and their healthcare provider. A ban on quality-adjusted life years currently only applies in Medicare. So by extending this prohibition to all federal payers, we show people with disabilities and chronic illnesses that we value and cherish their lives and ability to get the care they need. This is particularly important in Medicaid and the VA. Medicaid serves a large population of people with disabilities. And the VA, as we know, cares for injured veterans and those with service-related disabilities like the brave men and women who serve at Hill Air Force Base, Utah's 1st District. This policy also protects the ability of payers to use utilization management tools and other measures to determine cost effectiveness to keep our healthcare costs down, so long as those measures are not discriminatory. The Protecting Healthcare for All Patients Act is widely supported by leading advocacy organizations that support vulnerable patients with chronic diseases or people with disabilities ranging from the ALS Association to Autism Speaks to the National Down Syndrome Society, among many, many others. I thank Chairwoman Rogers for her passion for these issues, and I urge the Senate to take this up, to seriously consider it. Don't look on party lines and pass this legislation. There's merit to this, and it will go and serve vulnerable populations. Again, thank you to my colleagues for being willing to come and share their message. And I really I appreciate their willingness to always come and do this and be a part of our special order. So I yield back my comments and my time here, and end with just saying there are simple fixes to a lot of this, and we cannot continue to make it so difficult. Thank you very much, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, each year in February, we have the opportunity to study the past and use it as a learning tool to move closer to a future of social equity for all. As we are now in the midst of Black History Month, it is both fitting and necessary that we look inward to our own communities and the legacy of the pioneers who paved the way. From the foundations of our great state to the present time, Michigan's 7th District, which I'm proud to represent, has been home to many pioneering Black men, women, and organizations who have made significant contributions to every aspect of life in our state. The great state of Michigan stood tall as an anti-slavery state in the Civil War and played an important role in aiding freedom seekers on their path via the Underground Railroad. Today, Michigan is a hub of arts, culture, athletics, and innovation, thanks to the contributions of our diverse citizenry who call it home. It is my profound honor for the 4th time annually to highlight stories of Black Michiganders, past and present, from the 7th District, and to read their stories into the archives of this great chamber. Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to a legendary Lansing family that has broken barriers across generations and continues to make history to this very day. The story begins in 1927 when the family matriarch, Ms. Hortense Kennedy, was born in Chicago. While she didn't grow up in Michigan, she came to Michigan State University to pursue her graduate studies after attending Fisk University, where she met her husband, Clinton. In the Lansing area, Hortense and Clinton, a World War II veteran and member of the famed Tuskegee Airmen, settled, put down roots, and left an indelible mark on our community. Clinton became well-known and a well-loved dentist, while Hortense put her passion for education and civil rights into action, becoming the first African-American elected to the Lansing School Board of Education in 1968. 4 years later, she and several other board members were recalled for advocating for desegregation, But Hortense did not let that deter her from working towards her core belief that everyone deserves access to quality education. She sat on the state's Women's Commission, served as the first executive director of the Lansing Community College Foundation, and helped fund a debutante club in Lansing to fill a void for young black women who at the time were not permitted to share in this tradition. Hortense founded the Lansing alumni chapter of her sorority, Delta Sigma Theta, and served as its national president from 1983 to 1988. She was inducted into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame in 2002 and was named one of Ebony Magazine's most influential people. Hortense Kennedy died in 2010 at the age of 83. Not only was Hortense impressive in her own right, but her children have continued to blaze their own trails. Her daughter, Alexa Kennedy, is the first African-American woman in the nation to be a neurosurgeon and served as the chief of neurosurgery at the Children's Hospital of Michigan from 1987 until her retirement in 2001. She devoted her brilliant mind and her numerous talents to healing and welfare for thousands of young patients over the course of her career. And like her mother, was inducted into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame. She was also named a Michigander of the Year by the Detroit News in 2002. All three of Hortense Kennedy's sons became attorneys, including the Honorable Judge Clinton Kennedy III. Before ascending to the bench, Kennedy practiced law for 37 years. He was the founder of the Lansing Black Lawyers Association, director of the Ingham County Bar Association, a commissioner for the Lansing Board of Water and Light, a member of the NAACP, and served on the board of the Lansing Symphony Association, Central Michigan Legal Aid, and so many other organizations. Elected to the Ingham County Circuit Court in 2010, Judge Kennedy served through his retirement in 2002, but returned on assignment to help address the backlog of cases during the COVID pandemic. He and his wife, Rita, have two children who are continuing the Kennedy tradition of service, one as an administrative law judge in California, the other at the United States Department of State. The Kennedy family is part of the very fabric of the Lansing community, a fabric stitched with their incredible work ethic, commitment to breaking new ground, and to clearing a path for others to follow. I ask that their accomplishments be forever enshrined in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, today I honor the groundbreaking service of a Livingston County woman who never even planned to live in the area, much less to make history there. Fortunately, life has had its own plans for Elsie McPherson Brown, and the community is so much better for it. Livingston County sits at the crossroads of several major highways, and when Elsie McPherson Brown was driving one of them to go visit some family and friends, she took a wrong turn and ended up in the northern community of Hartland, Michigan. Elsie liked what she saw on that unexpected outing, and after further investigation, including meeting with the superintendent and school principals, she convinced her husband to relocate from Hartland from Detroit with their two elementary school-age boys. It's worth noting that Livingston County was and remains to this day an overwhelmingly white community, but Elsie and her family were undeterred. From the beginning of their time in Hartland, Elsie dove into community service, volunteering in her kids' classrooms, organizing fundraisers, chairing Teacher Appreciation Day events, and serving on the PTO. In 2003, Elsie took her service to a new and historic level when she successfully ran for the Board of Education of Hartland Consolidated Schools, becoming the very first African-American woman and only the second African-American in modern history to be elected to public office in Livingston County. Her story is not without challenges, particularly when it comes to race relations. She often shares how a grocery store manager insisted her personal check was fraudulent because he refused to believe that a black woman in Livingston County was living in Livingston County and at the address that was stated, or the local police officers who questioned her youngest son and refused to believe he was simply heading home for the same reason. But Elsie chose to rise above and set her focus and her intentions on the things that she loved about the community and the commonalities she shared with her friends and with her neighbors. Supported by the voters, Elsie served 10 years on the school board and fulfilled her goal of having a voice in shaping the education of the next generation. She was known for her calm demeanor, her colorful outfits, and the many hats she wore about town, perhaps representative of the different hats she wore in life. Wife, mother, advocate, trailblazer. While she has stepped down from public office, today she continues her life of quiet service to the community in her work in the Livingston County Sheriff's Office. Elsie McPherson Brown may have stumbled onto Heartland accidentally, but it's no accident that she changed the course of Heartland's history. Her story deserves to be told, uplifted, and forever preserved here in the permanent record of the People's House. Madam Speaker, today I honor a man who was a trailblazer in athletics and education and used his talents to break barriers and change the lives of generations of young people. Dr. Samuel Edward Holloway lived to serve others, his nation, his community, and his family. It is fitting that as we mark Black History Month, we shine a light on his place in the history of Michigan's 7th District and the many doors he opened for others to pass through. But before he was Dr. Holloway, he was simply Sam, a young man who came to Michigan with his father, who had left the Deep South as part of the Great Migration North. After spending his childhood in various parts of the Midwest, Sam and his family settled in Michigan in the 1940s, where he would eventually join the Ann Arbor high school class of 1951. Sam's athletic abilities were evident at a very young age. He was crowned state champion in his wrestling class during his high school years. Also clear was his desire to use his life for greater good, as he enlisted in the United States Army upon graduation and was honorably discharged in 1953. It was then that Sam began embarking on what would become his lifelong calling, public education. He received his bachelor's and master's degree from Eastern Michigan University, during which time he also began his teaching career. And so it was, at the height of the Civil Rights Movement in 1963, when Samuel Edward Holloway became the first Black faculty member in the history of South Lyon Public Schools. During his tenure there, he was also credited with becoming the first Black person to serve as head wrestling coach for any high school team in the state of Michigan. Eventually, Sam earned his PhD in education and went on to serve in numerous districts, including Ypsilanti, Romulus, and then late 1970s, he became a building administrator at Pioneer High School in Ann Arbor, a full circle moment for a man who had graduated from the very district. He held that post until his retirement in 1990, a retirement that he and his wife Janet enjoyed to the fullest. Still an athlete at heart and in practice, Holloway competed each year in the Arizona Senior Olympics, rode his motorcycle across the United States and Europe. Dr. Samuel Edward Holloway passed away in 2022, leaving behind his devoted wife, his 4 children, a large and loving extended family, and an incredible legacy. Dr. Holloway didn't set out to be a pioneer. He simply wanted to do the things he loved in service to others. I now ask that the permanent record of the People's House reflect his groundbreaking contributions and the gratitude of the institutions forever changed by his presence. Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to 2 of the most beloved residents to ever call the St. John's, Michigan community home, Orrin and Lavina Wilson. Settling in Clinton County post-Civil War, the Wilsons were, quote, a power couple before the term existed, but it was never about seeking power for themselves. Rather, the Wilsons lived their lives in quiet but devoted and groundbreaking service to their nation and to their neighbors, and forever changed the face of St. John's. Orrin was just 16 years old in 1864 when he enlisted in Michigan's all-Black regiment, the 102nd United States Colored Infantry, Company K, out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. He served until the war's end and returned to Michigan, where he met and married his bride. The two would soon settle in St. John's, where they lived for the next 60 years. In addition to his military service, Orrin was a trailblazer in so many ways. First, he took up the trade of barbering and owned his shop for nearly 50 years, serving a mostly white clientele out of the Old Steel Hotel in downtown St. John's. He was also a founding member of the local chapter of the Grand Army of the Republic, a national union of Civil War veterans, and served as its post commander for a time. Not only was he the only black member of the St. John's Charles Grissom Post of the Grand Army of the Republic, it is believed that he is the only black man in the state of Michigan to hold such a leadership position outside of the all-black posts in cities like Detroit. Lavina was a trailblazer in her own right, serving as president of the local chapter of the Women's Relief Corps, an auxiliary organization of the Grand Army of the Republic. The WRC not only supported the mission to aid Union veterans, but also assisted former Army nurses and promoted patriotism through education. And just like her husband, Lavina is believed to be the only black woman in the state to have ever led an all-white post. Orrin and Lavina raised their 2 sons together, George and Arthur, who continued the family barbering trade. The family was active in St. John's United Methodist Church, where Orrin served as a trustee and treasurer for 3 decades. They were married for 58 years and linked in their common goal of creating a better and more just community and nation. And united they also were in death, leaving this world just 1 day apart in late December of 1928. The 2 were buried together in the Veterans section of the Mount Rest Cemetery, where with flags flown at half-mast and a large funeral procession going past the family home on South Clinton Avenue. May their life and story be a memory and a blessing and an inspiration to all of us, forever preserved here in the permanent record of the People's House. Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to a basketball coaching legend who helped lead the Michigan State University Spartans men's basketball team to 19 NCAA tournaments, 10 Big Ten championships, 7 Final Fours, and a national championship. But as impressive as those statistics are, former MSU assistant coach Mike Garland quite literally came back from the dead and is now using his second chance at life to pay this incredible gift forward. As much as Mike Garland loved coaching basketball, and as many great things as his teams accomplished on the court, he was content with his decision to retire from MSU in June of 2022, looking forward to spending more time with his wife, his kids, and his grandkids. Not long after, however, he went into cardiac arrest while driving his car. Fortunately, 2 Good Samaritans were driving by at the time, saw Garland's car go off the road and into a tree, called 911, and performed CPR until paramedics and police arrived. In total, 13 people worked on Garland for an agonizing 18 minutes to restart his heart. It turned out that the electrical failure in Garland's heart was the result of a birth defect, one that required open heart surgery to fix. 3 months later, Garland was back up and running, quite literally, on the treadmill. Not long after he honored all of those who helped save his life with an emotional public thank you at the MSU's Breslin Center, home to many of his greatest coaching moments. Today, the Breslin Center is also home court for his new passion, a foundation he launched called Champions of the Heart. Through this nonprofit, Garland works to inform the Spartan community and others on how to save lives during episodes of cardiac arrest. Attendees at these free trainings learn how to perform CPR, how to recognize sudden cardiac arrest, and how to use an automatic external defibrillator. Mike Garland is a man who has lived 2 lives, both defined by statistics. In the first, his focus was on wins, losses, and free throw percentages. His second life, however, is summed up in a single stark numerical reality. Only 1 person in 10 survives a cardiac arrest. For all he has done to defy the odds and change the course of history for himself and for others, I ask that his story be recorded in the permanent record of the People's House. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor a woman who defied not only the odds, but her own family's wishes to become a pioneer in the pulpit at a landmark black church in Livingston County, Michigan. Though her father was a devout Baptist preacher in the early part of the 20th century, Lillian Archibald was taught from a young age that ministry was strictly for men. The fourth of 5 children, Lillian's father was clear in his message to his daughters: love the Lord, but find another calling of work. Skeptical but obedient, Lillian attended a business college in her hometown of Memphis and spent time as a missionary before starting a family of her own. Tragically, the youngest of her 4 children was killed in 1977 in a crash between a car and a train. Despite her profound grief, Lillian took solace in her unshakable faith and made the decision that it was time to answer the call that had been placed upon her heart. Lillian enrolled at Payne Theological Seminary and enlisted in the ministry at age 50. She spent some time as an itinerant elder before being ordained as a full minister in 1985. And of course, she broke the news to her father, who she says grew very quiet before finally giving his blessing. She brought that blessing to Michigan, first serving 6 years assisting the pastor at a church in Jackson, Michigan, before being assigned to pastor St. James African Methodist Episcopal Church in Brighton, the only African American church in the predominantly white Livingston County, in 1990. With her melodic voice and charismatic style, Reverend Archibald is credited with breathing new life and hope into her congregation, where she stayed for 4 years. During her tenure, the church grew in size and in spirit and began reaching out to the community and joining other churches with a sense of common purpose and passion. Though her time in Livingston County was brief, her impact was profound. She received numerous recognitions for her commitment to community, including her work with victims of domestic violence at the Women's Resource Center in Howell, and her efforts to shelter the unhoused through Habitat for Humanity. Perhaps one of her greatest gifts was the mentorship she offered to other women contemplating the ministry. Reverend Archibald is still warmly remembered today by many of them as a compassionate guide and a listening ear. And just as her courageous ministry and her golden voice still guide the work of St. James AME Church, I ask that her memory be forever enshrined in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to 2 members of the Michigan State University faculty who have contributed to the rich artistic landscape of our great state and helped shape the next generation of musical talent, all set to a distinctive jazz beat. As a young recording artist in Detroit, Rodney Whitaker likely never imagined he would one day build and lead one of the most distinguished jazz degree programs and performing faculties in the world. But the legendary bassist, known for his distinctive bear-sized tones, today serves as director of jazz study at MSU, a program he has transformed into a world-class training ground whose students have gone on to perform alongside some of the top jazz artists of the world. It's a case of those who can do teach, as Whitaker himself spent 7 years as a bassist with Wynton Marsalis, the Septet, and the Lincoln Center Jazz Orchestra, followed by a quarter-century touring around the world, collaborating and performing with legendary jazz artists from Dizzy Gillespie to Diana Krall. And he continues to teach master classes at universities around the world, all while serving as the artistic director at the MSU Professors of Jazz, the East Lansing Summer Solstice Jazz Festival, the Dr. Phillips Center Jazz Orchestra in Orlando, Florida, and the Gathering Orchestra in Detroit, to name a few of his many involvements. He has earned one of the highest distinctions in academia, the title of University Distinguished Professor, and he is proud to serve as a special assistant to the Dean's Office, directing the College of Music's diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging efforts. In 2006, he was nominated for the Juno Award, Canada's equivalent to the Grammy, and in 2011, he received an Emmy nomination. Just last year, he was named 2023 Detroit Jazz Hero by the Jazz Journalists Association. But strip away all the titles, all the awards, and Whitaker is simply a man who understands the power of the gift that he has been given and the necessity to pass it on. In his own words, Dr. Rodney Whitaker said, quote, "That is my truth. I love passing on the knowledge of history and music, and it's life-changing to see that light bulb go off in someone. It certainly changed my life. For all the lives he has enriched, changed, and set to music, I ask that his contributions forever live here in the permanent record of the United States House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to shine a light on the incredible accomplishments of another member of Michigan State University's jazz community, Associate Professor of Jazz Piano, Xavier Davis. It was 1994, and Xavier Davis, then a college student from Grand Rapids, Michigan, was performing with a small ensemble at a convention in Boston when his tunes caught the ear of the legendary jazz vocalist Betty Carter, a native of Flint, Michigan. Carter scooped him up and brought him to New York, hiring him to work exclusively as a pianist for her jazz trio. Davis spent many years in New York, cultivating his talent, learning from and playing with some of the greatest names in jazz, including Carl Allen, James Williams, Billy Hart, Regina Carter, and Wynton Marsalis. He served as musical director for the Boys Choir of Harlem during its 1999-2000 season, played keyboard for the television series Cosby, and has been featured on more than 50 albums, including a Grammy-winning collaboration with Christian McBride in 2012. We're so fortunate that after 6 years of teaching at the famed Juilliard School in New York, Davis brought his talents back home and has been teaching jazz piano at Michigan State University since 2014. In addition to the many students who have benefited from his instruction, Davis has also dedicated himself to uplifting his own hometown of Detroit through his music. Supported by a grant from Michigan State University's Humanities and Art Research Program, Davis began composing music about Detroit, which eventually became a powerful album titled Rise Up Detroit. Through his music, Davis focused on the role Detroit has played in the lives of African Americans and in the world at large, highlighting the Underground Railroad, the Great Migration, and the boom days of the auto industry. Professor Davis is a gifted composer, arranger, and producer of music, and widely recognized as one of the most accomplished jazz pianists in the world. He is also a proud Michigander, continually giving back to the community and the state that put the music in his soul. While he is a recording artist, it is my distinct pleasure to record his accomplishments and convey my gratitude for his contributions here in the permanent record of the People's House. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I was speaking a little earlier about how we seem to hop from self-made crisis to self-made crisis in this chamber, in this Capitol, in this town, whether it's by legislative action, executive action, bureaucratic action. And what the American people are suffering, most of it is government caused. It really isn't a condition of weather or nature or even so much our adversaries around the world. Those are all factors, and they all can be factors, but they pale in compared to what.
The Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
President of the United States of Representatives, a message in writing.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Crises that are indeed caused by actions of government. Here in Washington, D.C., in my home state, so many of them right there in Sacramento. We're talking energy, we're talking fiscal, we're talking a business climate that is hampered by unreasonable regulations. We're talking about things as simple as women and girls sports. You know, why should that be complicated? Yet it is. And the one that faces, the one that's probably the most difficult and the greatest existential threat right now to our country immediately is the border problem. This porous border that has been made that way pretty much since day 2 of the Biden administration. Now, it certainly wasn't perfect before that, but my hat's off to President Trump for his term trying as much as he can to do something about it, with building the wall, continuing to build the wall, repair old sections of the wall, but he met resistance just about every step of the way. Indeed, that infrastructure makes it so much easier and simpler for our border personnel to be able to track who's coming across the border and basically funnel them to the areas where border entry can be properly processed with a plan in place, with rules in place, with laws in place that would make that expedient and actually beneficial to our country, and also less harmful to those that would wish to come here, to immigrate here, to seek jobs, to seek citizenship, what have you. And in an orderly society, we need to have control of the border and invite people to come be part of what this country has to offer. And that's what immigration used to be many decades ago. It slipped away from us. So we hear all day long, oh, the immigration system is broken. Well, it's broken because it's not being enforced. Now, we could add to the laws that we have on the books there and refine them, such as the interpretation of asylum is wide open these days. Asylum used to be more reserved for people that are being subject to abuse by a regime in a country they live in. They would be subject to much persecution, religious persecution, political persecution, what have you. We understand that. We saw that in World War II and pre-World War II in Europe with what happened to the Jews there. The United States didn't act quickly enough in that situation. But at least we understand what asylum should look like. What we have now is basically people presenting themselves at the border, if they're not just sneaking right past, as saying a few magic words to the personnel, and then they're taken into custody temporarily, given a number and maybe even a fictitious name, and allowed to move on through. I've been to that border. I've witnessed what that looks like. Indeed, we have buses going back and forth patrolling the border, not to keep the border closed or enforced, but picking people up so they can sooner get them to processing centers. We're paying for that. It's like a giant welcome wagon that's been turned into such by this Biden administration. Now, President Trump, as I said, tried really hard to get a handle on this, and improvements were made with several hundred miles of new, strong border fence and repaired old fence. And also the border personnel that felt like, yes, we appreciate you, appreciate your jobs, we appreciate the effort you're making. Nowadays, I think they're just completely overwhelmed. And I can't imagine the morale is very good when they're basically told that they're to be part of running the welcome wagon and just let people in, where you hear anecdotes about them welding the gates open, where they're actually in Texas. I mean, are you kidding me? The state of Texas, through their own National Guard, has been making efforts to control parts of their border. They're putting up wire and other measures that will help control some distance on their border. And you have the Biden administration threatening them and bringing lawsuits against them, and who knows, maybe even a confrontation with federal troops versus Texas National Guard at some point, in order for the federal government to be tearing down the barrier in order to preserve our border and have some semblance of order instead of the chaos that's been introduced and exacerbated by the Biden administration. How does this make a lick of sense to anybody? They would tear down the barrier that indeed the federal government should have built up to begin with. Now, let's talk about the barrier itself a little bit. We're not a country that's going to completely close it off. We welcome legal immigration. Shouldn't have to say that. It's always been who we are. Legal immigration, one that goes through process, one that our own people, our own government decides how many people do we want to have enter under the different programs, under the different categories. How many should we have this year apply for citizenship? And that number is way up from what it was 5-6 decades ago. where, if I believe the stats are somewhere around 800 or 900,000 new immigrants, legal immigrants, new citizens per year, as I think I have it, where the number might have been about 200,000 back 50, 60 years ago. So it's a dramatic increase of us welcoming legal citizens over that time. Others that would apply for work permits, education visas, travel visas, different categories. All we ask is that you follow a set of rules. Go through a process. That's not unreasonable. I always liken it to, when you leave your home, most likely you probably lock your doors on your house, maybe even set an alarm, maybe you have a fence around your house, your property. Is it because you hate your neighbor? Is it because you hate somebody else that might come by? No, it's because it's your security, it's your responsibility. There's people that are going to be led into temptation. Look how many packages get stolen off front porches because, the deliverer just leaves it there, and I guess that's the agreement. That's rampant these days. What if that door was unlocked? The same people that are bold enough to steal packages off your front porch wouldn't have any hesitation to go on inside and clean you out as well. Look what they're doing to retail stores while clerks and employees helplessly watch them cart off phones and watches and whatever other merchandise they can get while their corporate edict is that don't dare talk to them, don't follow them with the camera, don't go get their license plate. Heaven knows you wouldn't want to try and detain them anyway, as we see more and more of the corporate world become spineless in controlling the chaos. And so we see this affecting mostly our very large cities, which politically tend to be the blue cities, Democrat-controlled mayors and city councils and supervisors like that. They have chaos like hasn't been ever seen in this country when you talk about crisis. Part of this is soft on crime, part of it is soft on border, soft on what they call immigration. This isn't immigration, it's an invasion. Immigration would imply that there's a legal process to it. And again, we still welcome legal immigration to this country. We always have. And that's the part that gets caught up in the blatant misinformation placed out there. Because Republicans want to have order. They want to have something that will preserve the sovereignty of this country and preserve all the infrastructure within it. I mean, when you look at the cities here, take New York City, where they're filling up community centers and schoolrooms and gyms and national parks. They use this term migrants. A migrant is a euphemism. This is an illegal immigrant invasion. And they're getting angry because people are busing them in from Texas, Florida, wherever else, because they're overloaded. The border states, California I represent a part of is one of those border states, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. But truly it ends up pretty much all of our states, in effect, are border states, because you have the Biden administration flying these folks around the country and placing them wherever they see fit. So it's interesting to see they squawk about maybe the governor of Texas and Florida and some others busing them to their city where they proclaim, we're a sanctuary city. We welcome you. We want you to come in. As the governor of New York and the mayor of New York City have claimed in the past and then are backtracking on now, because the numbers have finally caught up to them, even though they've been warned and warned and warned by those of us that can see what that's going to look like. Why do we put in place people that allow a system like this to happen? To foster a system that is so indeed broken as it is. We have the laws, we have the rules, and we even passed in this House a good piece of legislation, H.R. 2, to refine those rules. So you hear people saying like, oh, you Republicans, you're full of hooey on that because you say on one hand, enforce the laws you have, on the other, why do you want this new law to come in? Well, because they're not doing the job. Asylum needs to be refined, it looks like. Now, if you had a different administration that was on the side of the American people, not on the side of enforcing the law, you could probably interpret asylum as what it was originally intended, for those that indeed are facing crisis due to an oppressive government. But no, it's been interpreted to be just pretty much a wide open. Our border's a sieve, and when I visited the border, you see, people coming through a coyote process. They're paying people big money, otherwise their lives might be harmed. But I saw pretty nice people coming across, families and such like that. These aren't bad people at heart. They're breaking the law. But when you leave a great big green light there saying, come on in, I guess I can't blame them. But the people you're talking about aren't necessarily persecuted by a government in such fashion, but more they're seeking economic opportunity. 9 out of 10 or more are seeking economic opportunity, seeking jobs, seeking the promise. And you hear the Democrats, you hear people in the media saying, well, all they want is to come seek a better life. Well, sure. But the life of this country, the lives of the citizens already here, those that came here legally, came here properly, and those that are been here, born here as citizens, they're paying the freight on all this. Because you're bringing folks in that haven't been brought up in the American way, haven't been educated in our ways, probably don't speak the language in many cases, may not even have a skill to bring so that they can self-sustain themselves and their family. It'll be maybe in low-skilled labor that probably won't pay their own way. That's chaotic, and that is not how our immigration system used to work. 100 years ago, however many decades ago, you had to offer something that's going to strengthen our country to be an immigrant here. Now, we'll hear, oh, that's so closed-minded, it's so oppressive, it's so hateful, because that's the only play they have. They keep going to the well on that. We'll call it xenophobia or racism or whatever. No. The greatness of this country is in its process, in its constitution, in its stability, and people that respect that and uphold the Constitution, uphold the laws. And the lawlessness we're seeing at the border, as untold numbers are coming across daily. I'm glad to see this idea that was coming from the Senate on an immigration bill has pretty much lost any momentum, because at a minimum, according to the pieces I'm reading on it, 5,000 people would be allowed across the border per day before they take an action on it. Now, if you're, let's say you're a retailer, all right, you're seeing all these, the break-ins and the rip-offs and the looting going on. What if you had a rule in your city that says we have to let 5 thieves in per day to your retail center, and they can fill up their bags as much as they want? But on the 6th one, we'll go ahead and start enforcing on that. We'll call the police, we'll detain, whatever. What kind of crazy idea is that? As well as so many other holes that were in this package. The first place we start, enforce the border, finish building the fence so that our border personnel are not so overwhelmed as they can, and turning them loose in our country with maybe they'll come show up for an asylum hearing in 8 or 10 years and become so entrenched in the country illegally that you can't find them, you can't deport them if you wanted to. That's part of it. That's part of the chaos that's being fostered. So where I represent in California, which indeed is a border state, I represent the north end of it, which is about 600 miles from the border itself. But what we see, the secondary effects of illegal immigration, it keeps growing. And when I say grow, it is literal, because what we have in part of my district and some of the Southern Cal districts as well is a proliferation of illegal marijuana grows. Many acres of them. Hundreds of greenhouses that our rural counties are just overwhelmed trying to deal with. And a passive response by Department of Justice and the drug enforcement agencies and the Biden administration and our own California administration, led by Governor Newsom with soft on crime policies. This changes the landscape of a rural community, having all these marijuana grows and the cartels and all the filth that comes with that. The environmental damage, the people that are abused, sometimes even slave labor involved with people captive out there because nobody knows who they are, where they are, let alone having a permit to build these facilities or take the water from somewhere else in order to do these marijuana grows. Of today's marijuana, which is a much more powerful product and brings with it the whole litany of gang activity as this product is moved up and down in my area, say Interstate 5, but all over the West, all over the country even. So illegal immigration has a lot of side effects. There are marijuana proliferation, as I mentioned. Of course, the fentanyl is coming across the border and infecting and destroying so many lives. And it goes on and on and on because this administration and our own governor in California, that administration, continue to foster this lawlessness, soft on crime, soft on border policy that is doing us so much damage and is probably the biggest problem we face, along with our massive deficit and the crunch that's coming from that. So to talk more about that, my colleague, who I greatly respect and has done so much work on this area on the border, I'd like to turn it over to Glenn Grothman, who's, again, been very diligent on putting this out in front of the people and pointing out what a crisis this is to our country and its existence.
Thank you. A week ago, I stood at this microphone and talked about 5 stories that I think the mainstream press has left uncovered or undercovered. I always felt that under our Constitution, we have 3 branches of government. Now we're in a lot of trouble. And when I think of the 3 branches of government, I think which one would disappoint our forefathers the most? I think it would be the judiciary, which doesn't have an adequate respect for the U.S. Constitution. But our Constitution also presupposed an active press corps doing a good job of informing the public of the issues of the day. I don't think these issues have been adequately covered, and one more time, I'd just like to touch upon what I believe are 5 key issues that have been in the news but undercovered by the press. The first one is what is going on at our border. In December, we hit a new all-time high of the number of people crossing the border and staying in this country. That was 370,000. Sometimes the press, and for whatever reason some of my colleagues, talks about the number of contacts with Border Patrol. They do not talk about the number of people let in the country. But 370,000 easily is the highest amount we've had in a month. By point of reference, under the prior administration, the number let in per month in the final year would vary from $5,000 to $20,000, 20,000 people a month. We are now have increased things by a factor of about 18 to 1, and it creates the biggest threat to the future of our republic that is out there. In addition to the 370,000 people crossing the border, all of which will be schooled here, all of which, as promised in his election bid, will receive free medical care. And by the way, I should point out that many Americans don't get free medical care. They're either uninsured or have $20,000 deductibles. No, our president has promised the new immigrants here free, unlimited health care. But with those people come, depending on the month, 8,000 to 10,000 in unaccompanied minors. We do not allow 7 or 8-year-olds to wander around the country if they are born here. We are now getting, depending on the month, 8 to 1,000 unaccompanied minors. Obviously a recipe for human trafficking. Obviously a recipe for being mistreated, being allowed to work in factories all hours. The administration has not done anywhere near an adequate job of keeping track of these folks and where they are. They have intentionally said that we're not going to be giving out DNA tests so that if somebody wants to be a sponsor and claims to be an uncle for little Missy, we have no idea whether that's true or not. Depending upon who's doing the counting, we've lost somewhere between 30 and 80,000 of these unaccompanied minors somewhere in the country. For a press corps that in the past has concerns about families being broken up, that only happened for a couple weeks at a time and only when it was absolutely necessary. Here we have tens of thousands of young children without either parent, possibly never seeing them again. It is a story that ought to be talked about, and it ought to be graphs in the front page of every newspaper in the country that we are now letting in 370,000 people. It should also be more accurately covered the number of people who are dying of preventable but overdoses in narcotics. We are over 100,000 a year. I am old enough to remember the Vietnam War, where there was so great a concern as we lost 57,000 American servicemen over 12 years. 57,000 American servicemen over 12 years, over 100,000 people killed every year by illegal drugs crossing our southern border. I think the mainstream media ought to do more to point this out. If people die in a murder, if people die in a car accident, it always makes the local pages. This is far more than the number of murders plus car accidents every year, and we ought to do a better job of educating the public the number of people dying in any individual county. That is an underreported story and will result in the end of America. We do report that there is currently a war going on between Hamas and Israel, and it has been reported that that war was started 100% by Hamas, which stormed across the border, raping women, cutting the heads off of little children, killing over 1,000 people. I believe that the American press is not, and I think some members of the American public believe the reason this war began is that in some fashion Palestinians were being mistreated by being adjacent to Israel. This is not true at all and has been underreported what a potentially good situation one had prior to this war if one lived in Gaza. During the initial invasion, the horrific invasion, some people may have noticed that some of the people killed were from Thailand. Other peoples may have noticed that some of the people who were held hostage were from Thailand. I don't think the mainstream media has done a good job of explaining why that was. It is because if you lived in Gaza or near Gaza, there were all sorts of good jobs that were made available by being at or near Israel. Recently appeared in the paper that up to 25,000 people from Ecuador wanted to move to Israel to take these jobs. These jobs are better jobs than almost anywhere else in the Arab world. Indeed, why would people from Ecuador or people from Thailand come from halfway around the world to live in Israel? Because it's a wonderful place to live, people are well paid, and even though you're leaving your family behind, it's a highly desirable life. I think if one considers the number of people from other parts around the world who are coming to Israel to work, one would realize that the case that Hamas has made to society as a whole, that they were a put upon minority, disappears. And it shows 100% of the sympathy in the current conflict, or the beginning of the conflict, should stand with Israel. Israel right now is looking to put forth agreements with other countries of people who want to come and take jobs, many of which used to be taken by Palestinians. People from the Philippines, people from Vietnam are also going to be coming to Israel because of the huge progress, economic progress, that is made by the Jews in Israel as they have taken a land that was considered almost entirely a wasteland 60 years ago and turned it into one of the most modern countries in the world. I'll also point out a very tolerant country. In Gaza itself, run by the Palestinians, they would not have any Jewish temples. But in Israel proper, there are over 400 Muslim mosques which operate and are allowed to operate by the Israeli government. So I think if we're going to educate the American public what's going on in this Hamas-Israel war, we have to let the American public know how many people wish they could come to Israel to work. The next issue, and I talk to people about this all the time when I go back home, and we'll talk about it again, is the attitude of the new head of the Joint Chiefs, General Brown, towards his diversity initiative. Now, traditionally, America has gotten where it is by being a meritocracy, and people advance whether they're good or bad. Of all the parts of society, the part of society that had better never cease to be number one is our American military. Nevertheless, the head of the Joint Chiefs has publicly said he wants to reduce the number of white male officers from something in the 60% down to, I believe, 42%, 44 or 42%. Again, this is a fundamental change in the way the military has naturally done things. They want to operate like a little second-rate community college in which they're more concerned about the race or where people's great-great-grandparents were born than about making sure we have the right person for the job. I think this is something that should be discussed about more, even though General Brown has been confirmed, finding out what exactly is being done in achieving this goal. On a subcommittee that I am fortunate enough to chair, we had a hearing on this topic, and we found out that there is a perception, which probably is true, that people who are white are treated poorly, and as the result, we are not meeting our recruiting goals because white people are realizing, perhaps accurately, that they are going to have a hard time in the military, and when it comes time to be promoted, they are going to be viewed hostilely. I think that's something we must look at more. The next thing to talk about is we have tax credits which are benefiting the wealthiest developers in our society, and we are expanding the use of those credits under the tax bill that I voted for because of other good provisions in a tax law passed a couple weeks ago. I personally think the low-income Section 42 tax credits are the worst in the tax code. They give money to well-heeled developers in which they are allowed to have 70% of their building paid for by the government, a lavish subsidy in which the already wealthy members of society become wealthier still. And finally, I would mention that at the prayer breakfast we had a week ago, and something else that's been understated.
Time for the gentleman from California has expired.
Thank you, and we'll talk about that next week, and I yield the remainder of my time to Congressman LaMotta.
Thank you. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the widespread humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and the potential for a deepening economic collapse in Afghanistan declared in Executive Order 14064 of February 11, 2022, is to continue in effect beyond February 11, 2024. The widespread humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, including the urgent needs of the people of Afghanistan for food security, livelihood support, water, sanitation, health, hygiene, and shelter and settlement assistance, among other basic human needs, and the potential for a deepening economic collapse in Afghanistan continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. In addition, the preservation of certain property of DA Afghanistan Bank, DAB, held in the United States by United States financial institutions is of the utmost importance to addressing this national emergency and the welfare of the people of Afghanistan. Various parties, including representatives of victims of terrorism, have asserted legal claims against certain property of DAB or indicated in public court filings an intent to make such claims. This property is blocked under Executive Order 14064. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14064 with respect to the widespread humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan and the potential for a deepening economic collapse in Afghanistan. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, February 7, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in and in relation to Burma declared in Executive Order 14014 of February 10, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond February 10, 2024. The situation in and in relation to Burma, and in particular the February 1, 2021 coup, in which the military overthrew the democratically elected civilian government of Burma and unjustly arrested and detained government leaders, politicians, human rights defenders, journalists, and religious leaders, thereby rejecting the will of the people of Burma as expressed in elections held in November 2020 and undermining the country's democratic transition and rule of law, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14014 with respect to Burma. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, February 7, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 1568, an act to amend the Tariff Act of 1930 to protect personally identifiable information and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the United States House of Representatives do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, February 9th, 2024.